Good morning. I'm Felicia Marcus, Chair of the Board, and today is Tuesday, August 1st at 9:38 a.m. With me are Board Member Didi Diadamo to my left, Board Member Joaquin Esquivel to my right, and Board Member Tam Dodek will be here in a few minutes. Mr. Loffer, will you please introduce the staff that's assisting today?
Sure. To my right are Chief Deputies John Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer, and then Clerk to the Board Janine Townsend, and assisted by Courtney Davis. Tyler.
You're pretty pleased with yourself, aren't you? For those of you who don't know our emergency evacuation procedures, if you hear an emergency noise, just look for the exit nearest you and take your stuff and your friends and proceed carefully down the stairs. If you need assistance, someone will get you to a protected area if you can't get down the stairs. We group at the corner of J and 10th Street, so if that happens and you want to be with us and know when the all clear sounds, please feel free to join us over there. And the meeting's being webcast and recorded, so that means when you come up to the microphone, it's just important to get close enough to it that it picks up. We can hear you without it, but we want to make sure folks on the webcast can hear you, as well as the people in the back of the room. Finally, check any noise-making devices and please set them to silent or off. Okay, that's the opening. Before we get to public comment, I have the presentation of a Superior Accomplishment Award. Those are always great. We haven't had one in a little while.
Good morning, Chair Marcus
Morning.
and fellow board members. My name is Rich Brewer, and I am the Assistant Deputy Director of the Office of Information Management and Analysis. I'm pleased to be here before you today to present a Superior Accomplishment Award to our State Water Board Quality Assurance Officer, Renee Spears. The award is for the completion of the revised Quality Management Plan for the water boards, as well as their tireless efforts to build and support a quality system here at the water boards. Millions of dollars of information and data are being collected by the water board's programs and dischargers. The benefit of our quality system, as described in the Quality Management Plan, is to create a consistent process to determine the quality and quantity of information needed to make accurate and defensible decisions here at the water boards. This ensures the water boards are meeting their mission of protecting the beneficial uses of water while requiring dischargers to provide only the data that is needed. Besides the completion of the Quality Management Plan, Renee reviews numerous quality assurance project plans for all water boards, programs, and the regions, and addresses questions regarding methodology and other quality assurance issues. She works closely with US EPA to ensure we're meeting all quality standards under the Clean Water Act. And we often hear from US EPA staff, such as Eugenia McNaughton, how they appreciate all of Renee's efforts. So it's with great pleasure I present you, Renee, with this plaque and cash award as a small token of our appreciation and acknowledgement of all your efforts.
Oh, thank you, Rich.
Thank you. Photo? On to the public forum part of the agenda, where anyone can speak on an item that is not already on the agenda. We have two speakers this morning. First, Libby Removic, followed by David Hellawell. Good morning.
Good morning. Libby Removic, Sacramento. I'm here to speak about the City of Beaumont. The City of Beaumont has acquired over $300 million in federal municipal bonds. They embezzled the money and never built the infrastructure. So they had to forge their financial statements to appear as though they had infrastructure. They used the same auditing firm for 20 years, which is a violation of federal law. Federal law requires auditing firms to switch out every 5 years to prevent fraud and embezzlement. So the city of Beaumont had to hire another auditing firm, Van Lant and Finkhandle, for the 2015 audit for the financial statements ending June 30th, 2015. This audit was held up for a year and a half. It was presented to council in February 7th, 2017, a year and a half after the books closed. When they presented it to council, they removed $350 million of forged assets, including this $216 million in CFD bonds. That is not an asset, that is their debt. As the auditor said, you can't claim your debt as an asset. Those are two very different things. This is the audit that the council approved. They still got a disclaimer because they refused to remove the $60 million in forged machinery and equipment out of the sewer fund. So the audit still got a disclaimer of opinion even after they moved $350 million of forged assets. Last week, I find this audit on the city's website that has put back the $216 million in forged assets. This is the audit that the city of Beaumont is submitting to financial institutions to try to get bank money. This is a serious bank fraud. And I would say this is the audit that they have submitted to the water board to get a $108 million loan, but nobody has any documents that the city has submitted anything. Kyle Wazinski said he is absolutely sure that this state water board is going to give the city $108 million. And they haven't even got on the waiting list for the project yet. The project list is 3 years long, but this city says they're going to get it in 6 months with no financial audits at all. How is that possible? Someone in this board is assuring that city that they're going to get this, that they can commit bank fraud and get away with it. The city of Beaumont's Cherry Valley Water District is dependent on the Beaumont Basin for water. It has been in overdraft for over 10 years because the city of Beaumont was supposed to build a recycled water facility and they never did. They stole all the money. In 2010, this city gave this state water board gave the city permits to discharge recycled water that they don't have. They have never had it because the facility does not exist because they stole all the money. In 2015, Mike Adapacuro from the State Water Board stood in front of the city and claimed that everything was ready for them to have Title 22 compliant recycled water. Eric Frazier, the manager of the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District, wrote a 4-page letter explaining how the permit that this state water board was issuing to the city was contrary to what everything else was going on. The water district is the purveyor of water. The city doesn't have the right to sell recycled water to the Indian tribe. That has to go through the water district. The water district is already paid for the purple pipes for the recycled water.
So wait, are you saying that also there's a conflict between who they can sell the water to between the water district and a tribe? That's just another issue.
In 2003, the city and the water district signed an agreement. The water district would give unlimited will serve letters in exchange for recycled water. It's not that...
This gets back to the will serve letters you've mentioned. Okay.
Yes. We know what a will serve letter is, right? State law says they cannot issue a will serve letter unless they have a 20-year water supply. Beaumont has not had a 20-year water supply in over 10 years, and they still continue to issue thousands and thousands of will serve letters. Do you know how many will serve letters are issued? Nobody knows, because the city of Beaumont no longer puts down the number of houses that are in the housing developments. They removed that, so nobody knows how many permits are being issued, how many houses are being built. That's the truth. Eric Fraser was fired last week because he wanted to have a workshop on issuing a moratorium on will-serve letters because the city doesn't have the water. He was fired for
remind
no
me who
reason.
Eric Fraser is.
Eric Fraser is the manager that was brought in 2010. The old manager was fired, and Eric Fraser was brought in. What happened? So 1993, they make the agreement. Unlimited will-serve letters in exchange for recycled water. Recycled water never happens. They get 2 bonds. They steal the money. 2002, they do the adjudication of the Beaumont Basin to make it legal to overdraft the basin for 10 years. On precedent that the city of Beaumont is going to fill it up with recycled water, which was an insanity to begin with. When it got down to 2009, the water district in the city came to the state board for a grant to get the purple pipes put in. They lost that grant because the city would not let the state board inspect the water facility, the sewer, because there was no recycled water. So right then, 2009, 2010, everything falls apart. The old manager leaves, Chuck Butcher. The new manager comes in, Eric Fraser. The city will not admit they don't have recycled water. So the city and the state board get together, and the state board gives them a permit to discharge. And the city starts telling the Indians, we're going to sell you recycled water for your golf courses. Also, what happened in 2010 is the city somehow talked the Morongo Indian tribe into buying golf courses in the desert that have no water supply. So it's all predicated on the city's going to sell it. So it just changed. The bottom line is it's just a scam. Last year, the tribe stood up in front of the city and said, we want our water, our recycled water that we were promised. And the city said, yeah, we're going to get it for you. We're just going to take it away from the water district and give it to you. But there is no recycled water. The whole facility does not exist. The city needs $100 million to build a facility. You get it? Do you get the circle of nothing? It's just a big lie. There's no recycled water. There's no recycled water facility. Now we have no manager that's decent in the water district. And why? Because the people sitting on the board, one of the board members of the water district is the water manager for the Morongo tribe. Mm-hmm. He's the one I told you guys it's a conflict of interest. I've been screaming it's a conflict of interest. He wants that water. It's a disaster. You people have to step in. I know it is beyond and beyond. But somebody has to step in there. These people have no water. This is a catastrophe. It is a catastrophe that is not going to happen. And it happened because this state board did not do their job. Okay? Bottom line. There's nobody to blame but you. You guys forged those documents and said that city has recycled water when they never had it. Your state officers stood up in front of council and said, oh, it's all ready, when the whole facility never existed.
Well, thank you. You've mentioned a few new things today that I'll follow up on. I know we disagree on some things, but I'm trying to listen to all the other things.
Here's the thing. This is an audit. I am an auditor. You don't have disagreeing with me is not your option. That's what you need to understand. You can laugh all you want, but disagreeing
not laughing at all. I'm trying my best
is not your
here.
option. And if you think disagreeing with me is your option, go call the SEC. Ask them. Do I get to disagree? No. That money is stolen. Call the OCC. Ask them how they feel about bank fraud. Do I get to disagree with this? No. At some point, you're going to have to understand that you're responsible for this. This is not a disagreement. I caught this water board forging EPA documents, using an agency for predatory purposes, and then when I showed you those documents, you destroyed them. And now you say you don't have them. That's not a disagreement. That's a crime. You look it up. Call your criminal lawyers. These aren't lawyers. You see Laffer laughing over here because he doesn't understand the law. Here, Laffer, add this to your correction.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Hallowell. Hello, sir. You say it's about sediment and the FV corridor.
Corregidor.
What?
Corregidor.
Corregidor. Oh, great.
I have a fishing vessel.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
David Hellawell, and my disaster can't...
Oh, yeah, make sure, pull it up because you're tall, so you don't have to lean over.
My disaster can't compare with the woman who came before me. But, so I went down to my boat is tied up in Humboldt Bay, and I went down to my boat in September, and there was 1.5 feet of water in it. And I lost my starter, I lost my alternator, and what had happened was the sediment had built up underneath my boat to the point that at low water my boat sat on the bottom, and the pressure changed the shape of the boat, created a leak, which filled the boat with 1.5 feet of water and ruined some equipment, and I had to haul out to have it repaired. The cost to me was probably $1,500 to $2,000 out of pocket. And I had to move down to the southern end of the basin where there's more water. Everybody's having to move that way because the mud's pushing everybody down. I don't know where we go when we get to the other end. But the U.S. EPA and the state board approved waste discharge permits to dump material in the watersheds that came down into Humboldt Bay and built up underneath our boats. And yet they won't issue discharge permits for the same material to put it on the beach so that we can dredge it. And so my question is, what's up with that? I have a specific question for the board is to let me ask the council, is it lawful for the State Water Board and the U.S. EPA to permit discharge of sediment in Humboldt Bay that puts the cost of dredging and disposal onto the fishermen, the city of Eureka, and the Harbor District? So apparently these discharge permits that, that allow this sediment to come down the stream, which the part that keeps going ends up out in the ocean and on the beach in any case. And the part that slows down underneath our boats and just goes until it comes up. And at one point I couldn't get out of my slip. I had it calculated at a -1 I could still get out. And then I loaded my boat with traps and then I couldn't. And I missed a whole day of fishing, which was probably more than the cost of that haul out because I couldn't go till the next day. Once the tide had changed, then the bar gets bad. And the reason the bar gets bad is because we've got sediment coming out of all the rivers, including the eel that comes up in front of the entrance to the bay. And we're having issues now that the government's going, well, you know, we don't want to dredge this anymore. It's expensive. So it's an issue all around, and I don't think it's been brought to your attention before, and I wanted to do that.
Thank you. We'll be talking a lot about sediment today, so thank you for flagging that. I don't think we can answer the question sitting right here, but thank you for flagging the question. I don't think so.
All right. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Okay. Follow up.
And thank you for the calm, rational presentation.
All right. Now we're on to minutes from the July 18th board meeting, and I will entertain a motion.
Move adoption of the minutes, item 1.
Second.
Any additions or corrections? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
That carries. Item number 2 is uncontested. Is it still uncontested? All right, do I have a motion?
Actually, I have a question for staff on this one.
Oh, sure.
I'm curious, is staff here?
Yeah. They're always prepared.
Hopefully it will be a quick question. For the $300,000 contract, do we have an idea of what level and magnitude and extent of the training that will be provided? I mean, how many people do we expect to be the recipient of this training?
So this is Christine Sotelo. I'm the program manager for ELAP. And I have Darren Polhamus, Deputy Director of Division of Drinking Water. So great question. There's about 670 labs in the ELAP population that we accredit throughout California and in other states. And so this is for small labs. And we have about 75-80% small labs. That number is 10 or less we've determined 10 or less technical staff in a lab. So we estimate about 17 workshops throughout the state that will have maybe 30 people in each of the workshops. And the idea is to walk into a laboratory and be able to learn about the standard and walk out with the tools that they need to succeed. So example, a quality assurance manual, an SOP for very simple methods, and it's tailored towards small labs in California.
So this contracted amount will serve all of our needs?
Correct. For small labs.
For small,
Correct.
exactly. Thank you. With that, I'm happy to move the item.
All right, any further questions or discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that carries. Thank you very much. Thanks for the question as well. Item number 3, current hydrologic conditions.
Morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. My name is Connie Mitterhofer. I'm the program manager for the Special Projects and Hearings section in the Division of Water Rights. I'm here this morning to present item number 3, the Bay Delta Watershed Hydrology Update. The trends that we've seen in previous hydrology updates pretty much continue, so there isn't much new to report. However, we have received updated information from the Department of Water Resources on groundwater levels. So Jessica Bean from the Office of Research Planning and Performance is here this morning to present that information. And then I also have Diane Riddle, the Assistant Deputy Director for the Division of Water Rights, here this morning. With that, I'll get going. So again, not much has changed in terms of precipitation. The previous trends that we reported on pretty much continue for the North Sierra region, the San Joaquin, and the Tulare Basin. Reservoir levels, nearly all reservoir levels are at or above historic averages for this time of the year. We're coming out of a wet year. There's been a slight uptick in some of the levels, but pretty much consistent with what we previously reported.
Right, and Oroville's just below for safety reasons.
Correct.
Right.
Yes. For Kachuma, pretty much the same as was reported last time, roughly half of capacity, and Diamond Valley is reporting at 88% of capacity.
And can you add the historic average when you do that for these two? I mean, Kachuma, I know the folks are really worried. It's 60-something% of historic average when I looked at the something the other day. I'm not trying to minimize it, but it's just that's an important.
Okay. In terms of the drought monitor, again, same as was reported last time, the southern coastal regions are reporting abnormally dry to moderate drought conditions. And then we have that region in the southeastern part of California, I believe it's Imperial County, that's still reporting severe drought conditions.
Do we think that I know there's much has been made of the monsoon, it's a different kind of monsoon than monsoon places a lot of us are used to, but monsoon conditions in Southern California and across the Southwest, and a lot's been made of the lightning strikes and so the fire risk. But did you see anywhere whether they think there'll actually be large amounts of rain or just humidity? If you haven't, I can look it up. I just haven't seen that in the tweets.
We will look into that and get back to you next time.
Just hoping for a little cloud over Kachuma. That would be nice, really. I want to order that if you don't mind.
Yeah, I think it filled up based on 2 storm events. All of the rest of the storms we had this winter bypassed Lake Kachuma.
Yeah, that's right.
Unfortunately.
So I'll pass the presentation on to Jessica for the groundwater information.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Okay, so we have some updated information from the Department of Water Resources. They receive their groundwater level data from locals by July 1st, and they've updated their spring maps, so I'm just going to walk through those really quickly. So if you take a look here, we have 2 different one-year ground level changes in the spring. So the first map is spring 2015 to 2016, and the second one is 2016 to 2017, so the most recent year. And what you want to note there is that the red and orange indicates reduced groundwater levels between the year, and then the greens are increases in groundwater levels. So if you just take a quick snapshot, you can see that there's a lot more green in the 2016-2017, which is indicating we're seeing some increases in that 1 year level, particularly in the northern part of the Sacramento Valley area. What's interesting is if you take a look at the 5-year spring to spring comparison, you can see that despite this increase, which we're very pleased to see, the 1 year is just not going to fix the reductions that we've seen, because overall, again, you're seeing quite a bit of red that's indicating the reduction. Now, if you notice, that's over a very dry period, so we would expect to see that. So if we step back even further and look at the 10-year, this is a little bit more telling because we have had a couple of wet years within that 10-year cycle, and you can see that there's still quite a bit of drawdown. So we're still seeing overall decreases in our groundwater levels. So that's something that we need to be watching for. That's all I have on groundwater, if there are any questions.
And thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, item number 4 is an update on the emergency water conservation regulation. Hi.
Good morning. Yelena Hartman, Senior Scientist at your Office of Research Planning and Performance, and Angeles Calizo from the Office of Enforcement, who is assisting with the water conservation efforts. We're here today to present the results of the urban water production for the month of June 2017, which is the 37th month for which we've collected urban water production data under the Emergency Water Conservation Regulation. And during the Emergency Conservation Regulation, we've had a period of voluntary water conservation, then state-mandated conservation targets, which were rescinded in April upon Governor lifting the drought proclamation. However, the requirement to submit monthly water production reports remain for our 409 urban water suppliers. And prohibitions of the wasteful water uses for all Californians remain in place through the end of November when the regulation expires. In addition to water production data from June 2014 through this year, we have collected, shown in this blue area, urban water production data for 2013, which has served as a baseline for urban water production to compare how we're doing in terms of conservation. And the orange line shows 2017. I will note that for June, our data are preliminary because we have quite a few people out on vacations, so we are missing some reports, more so than in other months, so that orange point at the very last data point, we're expecting to see it go up a little bit. But what we can say right now is that we are well below the water production in 2013 and in 2014 compared to that June level. And at the last meeting, there was a question about what happened to California population during that time. And between 2013 and 2017, California has added about 1.2 million people, which is approximately 3.4% growth. And so
that's interesting.
Yes, and as Vice Chair more frequently points out, we are reducing our urban water production, although the population continues to grow. And that's exactly one of the points I wanted to make today, that despite the additional people, the water production has been reduced. And the other one is really to kind of look more in the future and to think that we will have to contend with the population growth. So we do have limited water supplies and droughts will come, but we will also have growing population. And this is even before throwing in climate change into the mix, so something to bear in mind. With that growth in mind, in June 2017, we have seen 17.4% reduction in urban water production compared to June in 2013. Again, this is with 93% of suppliers reporting, so these are preliminary numbers that usually change as we fill in our missing reports. This volume of water saved is enough to provide almost 570,000 people with water for 1 year. The actual volume of water saved is about 37 billion gallons, and another way to visualize that is to think of the Stampede Reservoir. So this is about a half of that volume when Stampede is at capacity. So large savings in general, not as high as in last year. And when we look at the residential use, in June 2017, residential gallons per capita per day was 110, which is 5% more than last year statewide. The bars show from bottom to top 2013, 14, 15, 16, and 17 residential use. And a couple of points to take note of is that we are below 2013 and 14 residential use, which is really great. These levels, we do not expect them to be as low as when we had mandatory water conservation targets, but in a couple of hydrologic regions, they are still lower than even last year. And in terms of next steps, the Office of Enforcement will follow up and continue their follow-up with the suppliers that are missing 2 or more monthly reports. Okay. But it's important to note that as of July, all the conservation orders and alternative compliance orders that were in effect have been rescinded. And also all supplemental environmental projects have been completed. So that's a massive effort and really great accomplishment that the Office of Enforcement worked with suppliers to do. Staff are working on crafting the permanent regulation to make reporting requirement permanent and to make the prohibitions of wasteful water practices permanent. As discussed during the last board meeting, depending on the quarterly schedule that Office of Administrative Law has, and we're probably going to see a draft out after the close of the legislative session, we expect that there may be a gap of a few months, but we will resume the requirement sometime in 2018. So in the meantime, we'll continue to bring you back these summaries of urban water production, and we'll also update you on who is continuing to report once the requirement lapses. So more on that.
Question? Thank you. I just want to compliment you for these reports and also for always bringing something new.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
The population slide, I think, is very helpful. Looking at if you could just go back one on the gallons per capita per day, I suspect that in the regions where you have seen an increase, it might be related to temperature because we've had unusually high, in fact, record-breaking temperatures, even worse than the record-breaking from a couple of years ago in some areas of the state. And so I think next time you come back, I'd like to see however you could analyze that issue. I know in the past you were looking according to hydrologic regions, and something like that I think would be helpful.
Absolutely. We can bring you that back because it does
bring back
help
the temperature chart. That's interesting.
Yeah, it helps put these residential use numbers into some context, especially if we're comparing it to the previous year. Was previous year in that hydrologic region lower or greater? So we'll bring that back. Thanks for for asking for that.
Yeah, this slide's worth looking at for a while. It's really interesting. Thanks.
That's all?
Very
Okay.
much. Yeah. Appreciate it. All right. Item number 5.
All right. Good morning, Chair Marcus, members of the board. Julie Rosardo, Chief of the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions. Just want to introduce the team here with me today. To my right, Matt Wilson with Office of Chief Counsel. To my left, Jennifer Toney and Angie Norda of our office. And Jennifer will be making the presentation today.
Good morning.
Morning.
Today I'm presenting item 5, consideration of Prop 1, small community grant funding for the Willow Creek Community Services District. This item would approve a total of $5,300,000 in grant funding for 2 of the district's projects. The unincorporated town of Willow Creek is located in Humboldt County and is approximately 45 miles northeast of Eureka, California. The town is currently unsewered and is considered a small, severely disadvantaged community with a median household income of $32,778 and a population of approximately 1,500. The project will serve 103 connections total, 57 which are commercial properties and 46 are residential. The project area focuses on the downtown area of Willow Creek, where on-site septic systems are decades old and have started to fail. In most cases, there is not available land to construct new reserve leach fields. Humboldt County named the town a blighted community in 2005 and 2010, and the lack of wastewater infrastructure was identified as a contributing factor. The district's public drinking water system is also located downgradient from the project area, and the project is near the Trinity River, which is a tributary to the Klamath. The goal of the project is to provide sewer to the downtown Willow Creek area, which includes commercial and residential connections. The total project has been broken up into 2. We have what we refer to as our 210 project that installs the sewer collection system, treatment system, and subsurface disposal. The cost of that portion that is being provided in Prop 1 grant funding would be $4.8 million. And then our 310 project is for the private property work to install the sewer laterals and decommission septic systems, and $500,000 will be from the State Water Board. Construction on the 210 project is estimated to start in 2018, and construction on the private lateral project is estimated to start in 2019. The total cost for both projects is estimated at $6,999,000. The State Water Board is proposing $5.3 million in grant funding. This agenda item also allows the Deputy Director to approve to increase the grant amount by 10% for good cause. This we added in because we have been seeing bids come back in high for most of our projects, so we wouldn't have to bring the item back to the board. The United States Department of Agriculture has committed $1.2 million to the project. The private lateral portion of the project will use $500,000 of grant funding for the residential connections only. There's approximately $499,999 for the private commercial connections that will be funded either by the users, the district, or other grant funding. Here's a list of support letters that we've received for the project, and we also have representatives here today from the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board and from Willow Creek Community Services District. These projects are being presented to the board today because the 2017-2018 Clean Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan allows the Deputy Director to approve septic to sewer projects up to a maximum cost of $60,000 per connection. The Willow Creek projects have a cost per connection of $67,951. If the grant amount were increased by the Deputy Director by 10%, the cost per connection could increase to $74,746. Our staff recommendation is to approve the proposed resolution. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I realize this is a project that you've brought to us because it has anything that goes outside the normal scope. I know I've had 1 or 2 briefings on it. If everyone else had, I have some speaker cards. I think they're all in support. So my question is, have you gotten any opposition, or does anyone have any questions or concerns? Otherwise, it's not that I don't want to hear from people. It's just that we have a room full of people on a couple of other agenda items. I actually very much appreciate the care with which you all reviewed this and come back to us on things that are outside the norm. And I know we also talked a bit about the calculations and what it helps and how important this project is to this community. So is there any opposition, or I mean, I don't want to...
We haven't heard any opposition.
Foreclose it, but I also do want to let people go on their way. Well, let me ask the question, do I have a motion?
I will second with pride.
You have to have been here to understand that one. Any questions, comments? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, carries. Thank you, and thank you all for being willing to support this project. It's us doing our due diligence on it, and we definitely, I know I did put staff through their paces on this one, so thank you very much. Very thoughtful. All right, item number 6. Can I just say something? Can you believe it's August 1st? I just can't believe it. Okay, sorry. It just seems wrong.
It is wrong. Today I'm a year older.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's always wrong when you get to this age. So today I'm Deputy Director Darren Polhemus for the Division of Drinking Water. I'm going to present very quickly the item number 6, asking the board for consideration of a resolution authorizing us to submit the formal paperwork to withdraw the CRUM 6 regulation as a response to the court order and judgment given to the State Water Board. Really it's kind of a perfunctory matter. We're following through. We've decided the staff recommendation to the board is to not appeal the court ruling and to proceed to redo the regulation package, also to redo it in its entirety. So we will not just try to amend the 2013 regulations. We will begin the process anew, starting to make sure that we include all the new information that's been gained over the last 3 years associated with understanding about CRUM 6. So that process is expected to take as normal somewhere between 18 to 2 years to get it all the way through all the processes. I know that seems like a long time, but there are public comment periods in there and appropriate time delays associated so that we do consider the regulations in their entirety and get all the public feedback that's necessary to bring this forward. So I do know that there are communities that have built and are planning to build systems. We certainly encourage them to continue, but to make their own decisions associated with that. and proceed, as their community so decides until we do return with regulation about the regulation of Chrome 6 and establish a new MCL level. And with that, I'm willing to take any questions from the board or see if we have comments.
Thank you. Questions? I know I've been briefed.
A question for Mr. Bohemus, and this is a follow-up to our conversation, was it the last board meeting, on the 123 TCP. There were some commenters, or at least one that I remember, who asked for some guidance on economic feasibility and how the board, how staff will conduct and then propose that analysis to the board. And you had mentioned at that time that staff is considering developing some guidance with a little g, I would assume. So my question is, and certainly we want to move as expeditiously as possible on this, but how do you see this update of the Chrome 6 MCL being connected with whatever effort the division might undertake to develop some sort of guidelines on economic feasibility?
Yeah, it's definitely guidelines with a little g. So the process I anticipate taking, and we're still formulating all of it, but is to put together some potential ideas associated with it. Obviously, we need to do some background research on what the potentials are and other states have possibly done regarding this. Granted, they all have different statutory objectives and directives, so how close it fits will be a good question. We certainly know we do not fit with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's approach. They have different guidances, how they prepare their levels. So we'll do that review. I expect we would try to hold some public meetings on it to get stakeholder input about the different ideas associated that we would put forward. So maybe like a white paper or something that we can get input on. That would be late this fall into the early winter. We will start the Chrome 6 work that we can before that, obviously, so that we're not, we're overlapping it as best as we can. But I do need to front load this because then that feeds into a large portion of the work, obviously, associated with reestablishing the MCL. And then we will bring, obviously, I'll have conversations with the board about it and input that we get from the public input, and then we'll have to pick a path that we want to basically push forward on, and that would then show up as the method that we would use to describe economic feasibility in the new Chrome 6 MCL and consider that in essence precedential going forward.
Right, thank you. And I would appreciate being kept updated on...
I think you all will get more than the updates that you're ready for sure.
We're going to have Chrome 6 tattoos by the time. All right, we have a few speakers. Set it for 3 minutes based on the requests. Ray Calise from 29 Palms, followed by Don Bartz from the Phelan Pinion Hill CSD, followed by John Donlevy from the City of Winters, followed by Orania Riddle from Solano County Taxpayers Association, and Derek Thomas from the Sloat Higgins Jensen and Associates on behalf of the Association of Mutual Water Companies. Mr. Calise.
Good morning, Chair Marcus, members of the board. My name is Ray Kolish. I'm the General Manager of the 29 Palms Water District. We're a water agency in Southern California in the Mojave Desert. We serve approximately a population of 18,000 people with 8,000 service connections. We are a disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged community. We've tackled numerous water challenges over the years that have posed significant health risks to our residents, like the arsenic, and we also have the largest fluoride removal facility in the country. We've been eager to comply with the hexavalent chromium standard of 10 parts per billion, but we were hampered by the treatment options that are out there that would make it affordable for our community. In 29 Palms, we do our best to convey to our customers the truth about our water quality and the challenges that we face. We have notified the residents and shared that while hex chrome standard could result in the slight reduction of risk, we have many other challenges that we have to address on a daily basis with the limited revenue stream that we have. So this becomes very challenging with some of these regulations. Recently, the 29 Palms Water District was featured in the AWWA Journal for the work we did for the arsenic treatment technology. We were able to work with the US EPA to develop a process to regenerate the media on site, which saved us a lot of money. So we're always trying to find ways to make the treatment options that are available more affordable for the community, but it becomes more challenging every year with some of the regulations that come out. My point in making these remarks is to encourage the board and your staff to take a thoughtful approach as we move forward with the MCL. I'm very encouraged by the statement that the Deputy Director made a few minutes ago about obtaining the information when we move forward with establishing a new MCL. Communities facing acute immediate health threats like ours should not be made to choose what's priority in our district. We have very limited revenues, and sometimes we face challenges of what's important to the community. So again, I ask that the board and the staff work with agencies out there, gather input as we move forward with developing a new MCL. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, writing a note to myself about you. That's good. Thank you. Mr. Bartz, followed by Mr. Don Levy.
Good morning,
Hi,
Chair
good morning.
Marcus. Thank you for having us here today.
Sure.
We find it very interesting, the position that we're put in by the changing of the chromium standard or the withdrawing for a period of time. And I believe that some of our answers were addressed this morning. We're a small community in the high desert, very close to 29 Palms, 25,000 people. We've been hit hard with conservation requirements over the years, which we've met. And we've also started on our Chromium 6 project.
You've also made us acutely sensitive to swamp coolers. I just want you to
thank
know
you.
I bring
Thank
it
you
up
very much.
every time, so thank you.
Every time a swamp cooler goes on, it does take water.
No, it's important.
So again, we are a small district. We are about a $7 million a year budget. So fairly small district. So far in the process of complying with the Chromium 6, we've spent about $3.5 million. And part of that is acquiring water rights, which we knew we were going to need to tie into some wells that we have that are about 10 miles away from our district, so we could blend the water instead of doing wellhead treatment. Financially, that worked out the best. But our project is going to be about $17 million. So we're trying to sell this to the community, and they're saying, we shouldn't be having to do this. And we've spent half of our annual budget just preparing for this. And I am glad to know that at least what the outcome may be. But averaging 14 or 15 parts per billion with the standard of 10, I mean, we're very, very close to meeting the requirement without that. So when they reconsider it, I would like to ask that they have meetings in Southern California and some of the different areas of the state to address that. You need input from the community. Our project in total will be about almost 3 times our annual operating budget for this project. And I know other districts are going to be quite a bit more. Coachella Valley is going to be about $250 million. So that's a small chunk of change right there that'll go out of the economy for this. So we just ask that you would, in the process of resubmitting, have meetings with the communities, talk to us about it, have our community come out and be able to talk to you. And since ours average 14 to 15 parts per billion, I would humbly request that you set the standard at 20 parts per billion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Don Levy, followed by Ms. Riddle.
Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is John Donlevy. I am the city manager for the city of Winters. Population of about 7,000 people. We're located about 30 miles west of Sacramento here. We're predominantly agricultural community. In Winters, we're nuts, almonds and walnuts. Right. And I will tell you that we grow some of the best food in the world. We have a customer base of about 1,900, a little over 1,900 customers. We're not classified as a disadvantaged community, but I will tell you that we're very much a middle-class community, and almost 20% of our residents live in low-income housing. The past 3 years, the chromium 6 issue has absolutely engulfed us. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on consultants developing our compliance plan, which is about a $47 million plan. And our perspective is that our total water budget is about $1.3 million. So it's meaningful as far as the cost for the project. Our current water bill is about $45 a month. The projected bill that we were hitting was about $192 a month that would go to a typical resident in town. Combined with sewer, the typical resident would be paying a bill which would reach about $250 a month. In winters, we take our fiduciary responsibility very seriously for providing clean and safe water to our customers. The city, we've invested millions of dollars over the years in maintaining and upgrading our systems so that we are efficient and effective in how we do it. But we also need to represent the economic sustainability and interests of our customers. Imagine being a low-income resident with an income of $800 a month for all your living expenses, rent, food, health, and just living. The hit on these residents we were facing is massive. Our worst Chrome 6 well is at 17 parts per billion. So we're very close. But that is 83% lower than the federal standard. Consideration of the MCLs definitely needs to take into consideration many factors, and that includes the economic impacts to our most vulnerable populations. In closing, I would ask that should the board and the Department of Water Resources pursue an MCL for Chrome 6, that you do take in the overall public health factors, and that includes individuals' sustainability. For us, this has been just that Goliath tidal wave, and quite frankly, we've been in denial over it, how serious it is. And as I said in closing, we consider ourselves to be your partner in providing clean, safe water, and we appreciate your consideration of all this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Riddle, followed by Mr. Thomas.
Good morning, board members.
Hi.
I'm Urania Riddle, and I'm a member and the immediate past president of the Solano County Taxpayers Association. The Solano County Taxpayers Association fully supports Superior Court Judge Christopher Kruger's May 5, 2017 ruling requiring the State Water Resources Control Board to consider the economic feasibility of any new proposed drinking water standards for Chromium 6. Judge Kruger's ruling stated that the Department of Public Health failed to account for the economic feasibility of a 10 parts per billion standard for Chromium 6. The ruling also stated that the Department of Public Health failed to take into account its own financial statement that both small and large water systems will be significantly affected. As an example, the city of Dixon in Solano County, which I reside, will have to construct a $20 million treatment plan to meet the 10 parts per billion MCL, and the new facility will result in an 80% increase in water rates over 5 years, which in my calculation amounts to an increase of $420 per household annually. The 10 parts per billion is completely unrealistic for the city of Dixon and so many other municipalities throughout California. The taxpayers of Solano County are pleased with the court's ruling and look forward to the deliberative process of analyzing and understanding the economic feasibility of a new state standard for chromium-6. As we look forward, I would like to call to your attention some specifics from the court ruling that, if taken into account, will ensure that we are successfully with a new chromium-6 rulemaking. Page 7 of Judge Kruger's ruling states that the department's initial statement of reasons did not estimate either the number or the cost of cancer cases avoided for all the MCLs under consideration. The initial statement of reasons only contained an estimate of the number of cancer cases avoided at 10 parts per billion and did not estimate the cost associated with theoretical cancer cases at all. It is not possible to determine the economic feasibility of a potential MCL without the meaningful comparison of monetarized costs and monetarized benefits. And page 30 of the ruling provides helpful guidance for going forward. The court declined to impose a strict time limit for completing the remark process. Instead, the court provided time for all of us to work and evaluate the potential MCLs and to get the standard right. The court was concerned about, and I quote, creating an inaccessible amount of momentum to simply readopt a 10 parts per billion standard without considering its economic feasibility, end the quote. Finally, the court noted that on remand, an agency may not simply rubber-stamp its prior decision. The Solano County Taxpayers Association and the many stakeholders and water systems around the state look forward to providing data and participating in the development of a state policy for evaluating economic feasibility in this context. We will help in any way we can to get this rulemaking right for our community and for all the California communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Derek Thomas with Sloat Higgins Jensen & Associates, here to provide the following brief statements on behalf of our client, the California Association of Mutual Water Companies. CalMutual represents 200 members in the interests of about 400 mutual water companies throughout California. Our members are dedicated to serving safe and affordable drinking water to the people who own and in many cases operate our mostly small water systems. The state's process that resulted in the nation's first drinking water standard for hexavalent chromium was flawed and hurt small, poor, and older communities. Planning and research for affordable remedies has already cost $30 million of the total $900 million that it will cost for water suppliers of all sizes to comply, according to a review of SB 385 compliance plan costs. The 2014 state standard for hexavalent chromium left about 190 communities in California with unaffordable options and an unrealistic timeline of only a year to secure funding, construct, test, and begin to maintain treatment systems. Of those systems, 120 have fewer than 200 connections. California has a standard in place for overall chromium of 50 parts per billion. This is twice as strict as the US EPA standard of 100 parts per billion and includes hexavalent chromium. Public health will be protected as a new process, now under the State Water Resources Control Board, is undertaken to appropriately set a standard for hexavalent chromium to marginally reduce risk. In conclusion, we are asking the State Water Board to consider potential revision of the public health goal before adopting an MCL for HEX 6. Otherwise, the adopted MCL may be reconsidered yet again when the public health goal is released by OEHA. CalMutuals is committed to working with the State Water Board and your staff in hopes of adopting a standard for Chrome 6 that can be safely and affordably implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? We have our work cut out for us. All right, I think we need a motion.
Motion to adopt the resolution.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, carries. Onward. Thank you. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
All right, we're back. Sorry for the delay, but we're getting started now. Hello? We're starting. Again, sorry for the delay. We had a number of folks, in fact, most of the folks speaking asked for extra time, some in groups, some individually, and so I'm just going to take people in order. We do have a couple of other individual speakers. So let me just tell you what the order is. Well, first we'll, of course, have the regional board present, but then when we get to public comment, just so you have a sense of the order, is we will have Alan Levine first as an individual. You can have 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whichever you prefer. Then Epic, 10 minutes, Rob DePerna, sorry. Then we have the Upper Elk River residents for 15, Christy Wrigley. Then we have Green Diamond and Humboldt, 15 minutes together. There are 3 of you in that. And then we have for PCFFA and IFR, Vivian Hellewell for 10 minutes, right? That was asked for in advance. And then George Gentry, you can have 5 minutes. And then David Noren from the regional board if you wish to close. Okay, just so you can bear that in mind. Hi. Take it away.
I can still say good morning. My name is Matt St. John, Executive Officer of the North Coast Regional Board. Chair Marcus, members of the board, it's good to be here today. And I want to introduce Alita Mangelsdorf, is our Senior Environmental Scientist for our Planning Unit, who will be giving our staff presentation. And Senior Counsel Nate Jacobson and I are here, of course, to answer any questions or address your comments.
Thank you.
Great.
Again, my name is Alita Mangelsdorf, a Senior Environmental Scientist leading our Planning Unit at the North Coast Board. Our Planning Unit does both the work of triennial review and updates to our basin plan, as well as develop TMDLs, or total maximum daily loads, for the watersheds that are impaired in our region. I'm very happy to be here today to talk about TMDL for sediment in the Upper Elk River that we have been many, many years in the development of and have recently had adopted through our regional board as of last year. So today I'm going to do a reasonably brief presentation that walks you through kind of the main characteristics or issues of concern related to this TMDL. I don't intend to go into a lot of detail on any of the issues, but am happy to entertain questions, of course, if they come up. This has been a multi-year, nearly 2-decade-long project, and so there's a tremendous amount of information and detail. And so my goal here is just to bring you, give you a basic overview of what it is that we've been up to. So I'll start with an overview of the Elk River watershed setting, talk a little bit about the nature of the sediment and sedimentation impairment, summarize some of the regional board efforts to date to address that impairment, and then talk specifically about the total maximum daily load, which our board adopted last year. This item went out for public review last December, and so I will review sort of the major comment categories that came in as part of that project and offer our staff recommendation for your action today. So this is a map of the Elk River watershed. It is obviously in the North Coast region. It is a tributary that discharges to Humboldt Bay. Humboldt Bay is the largest enclosed bay in our region, a really important resource. You heard a little bit this morning about its importance to the fishing industry. There's significant aquaculture in the bay and shipping, for example. The cities of Eureka and Arcata are on the bay's edge, and Highway 101 runs along the east side. The Elk River is a tributary to Humboldt Bay. It's a little south of Eureka, and the entire watershed was listed in 1998 as impaired for sediment and sedimentation. But you'll see here outlined a redelineation of the watershed in which we've described the upper Elk River as that portion that this TMDL that is before you today applies to. And the main purpose for delineating the watershed specific to the Elk River was to really focus attention on what are the key impairments here, and that is sediment from the upper watershed that has discharged over the course of now nearly 20 years and caused significant impact in that region of the watershed that you see mapped here in red, and we call that the impacted reach. This is a reach of stream where sedimentation has been so significant as to cause very dramatic impact, and I'll describe those in more detail in a moment. The upper watershed is predominantly owned by Humboldt Redwood Company. Also, Green Diamond Resource Company owns a portion that's marked here in green, and then the Bureau of Land Management manages some property that's owned by the state of California, and that's the Headwaters Forest Reserve. I'm just going to talk a little bit about some of the basic environmental characteristics of the watershed. The geology turns out to be extremely important to our sediment TMDL for this watershed. We have produced dozens of sediment TMDLs for our region, and most of those TMDLs have been in watersheds that are underlain by Franciscan geology, which has its own erosiveness. This watershed is all the more vulnerable because it's underlain by fairly young geology, which is unconsolidated and easily unravels when it's exposed to erosion events such as storms and high rainfall. You can see in this map the largest proportion of the upper elk is underlain by a unit called the Wildcat, and that is extremely, it's moderately unconsolidated and, as I say, easily erodes. This is layered then with the vegetation that is predominant in this watershed, and as you can see is primarily made up of forest, so redwood and Douglas fir forest, which of course is why it's valuable timberland. Our conceptual model essentially has that the geology, though very vulnerable to erosion, at least within the context of the 20th century, has been relatively well protected by vegetation, and not the erosivity, which may be large in the geologic time scale, has not shown itself in these recent centuries. And vegetation cover and old growth cover is critical to that phenomena. Back in 1998, the Elk River was listed on the 303D list under Section 303D of the Clean Water Act as impaired for sediment. That was primarily due to some very large-scale landscape disturbance in the period of 1988 to 97. This was a period in which the watershed was predominantly owned by Pacific Lumber Company, and we were in the middle of what is sometimes referred to as the timber wars, and the process of essentially, timber liquidation was underway. These, right. There are a couple of really important key outcomes from this large-scale disturbance that are unique to the sediment impairments that we typically see in the North Coast region. The first is listed here as this third bullet and relates to what is otherwise known as nuisance conditions under Port Cologne. So our water quality standards are generally built around both the protection of beneficial uses and also the prevention of nuisance. And this is a case in the Elk River where we have our water quality standards and our implementation of them have not resulted in either of those conditions. We have indeed seen nuisance conditions which show themselves in terms of flooding, so an excessive rate of flooding, and I'll show you some pictures in a moment of what that looks like, and also results in loss of beneficial uses. And again, unique to this watershed as compared to other sediment TMDL watersheds, beneficial uses here include not just cold water habitat, rare and endangered species, migration and spawning, which are typically the beneficial uses we're concerned about, but also includes, because of rural residential use of this watershed, municipal domestic drinking water supply, in this case specifically domestic drinking water supply, and agricultural water supply. There's a series of photos then of what flood conditions look like. These were pictures from last year in January. Flood conditions obviously have the potential to impact individual private homes. This is, an impact to the property itself, also health and safety concern for people who are trapped or unable to get into or out of their homes. It results in damage to private property. This might be economically viable property. There are certainly other agricultural activities in the watershed beyond the timber operations, and flooding has had a fairly significant impact on those uses downstream. In this picture also reminds me to mention that there's domestic infrastructure that is potentially impacted by floodwaters, including septic systems. This is a picture. You can see the yellow sign there, one-lane bridge, which just shows the impacts to public infrastructure as well. There are public roadways and bridges that, when underwater, obviously make it impossible for people to travel into or out of the watershed. We've heard plenty of stories about people in emergency conditions unable to get to hospitals or have emergency vehicles reach them when flooding is at this kind of stage. And then this is a picture to show sort of the nature of the sediment itself. It's a very fine-grained kind of clayey material. The watershed, the way it's formed, is fairly steep in the uplands, and it kind of dramatically hits the baylands associated with Humboldt Bay. And the material, this very fine material, which might normally remain in suspension when the waters overtop the banks, easily spill out and then drop on the floodplain, grading both the channel and the floodplain. This material is attractive to vegetation, so vegetation encroaches, which just sort of worsens the whole cycle of trapping floodwaters and causing fine sediment to drop out. So we have a condition which has essentially been ever worsening since we first made note of it in 1998, with continued aggradation despite changes in rainfall and despite changes in land ownership and despite actions of new landowners to try to mitigate their sediment discharges. So our water quality monitoring began in 1997, and of course we easily confirmed the impairment and the nuisance conditions. We spent a very long time estimating rates of sediment discharge from individual sediment source categories, and that is represented in a very thorough peer-reviewed draft staff report, which was then used by our contractor through EPA to produce a technical support document for the TMDL. And that sediment source analysis is one that we are very proud of. It involved far more field study and years of site-specific study than would be typical for our sediment TMDLs, where we often rely on desktop analyses to estimate sediment loading. And in this case, we have a lot of field verification. We also, of course, as part of that process, confirmed that there is continued discharge of controllable sources of sediment, and that's demonstrated in our most recent period of sediment source evaluation, which shows we essentially measured voids on the landscape that are the holes left behind when sediment was then discharged to the watercourse. There has from the very beginning been a lot of debate and controversy around the science associated with our efforts in this watershed. And to address that early on, the regional board recommended that we convene an independent scientific review panel. And they produced their reports in 2002 and 2003. And they form essentially sort of a guidebook for how we proceeded following those years. The regional board has issued several cleanup and abatement orders to PALCO, which then extended to, some of which extended to the new owners, Humboldt Redwood Company, when they purchased the property. Some of those cleanup and abatement orders actually address the drinking water issue in particular and have resulted in installation of individual treatment systems in one neighborhood and the delivery of water to another neighborhood. And there were also cleanup and abatement orders specifically designed to cause inventory of sediment delivery sites and then a cleanup of those sediment delivery sites. In 2004, the residents of Elk River petitioned our board to dredge the sediment in the impacted region, simply relieve them from the excess flooding that they were suffering from. The board at that time denied the petition on the basis that they were concerned that without any kind of feasibility study, they were unclear on what the effect of dredging might be and whether it might just simply translate the problem to downstream neighbors. And so their guidance was to identify a lead entity and conduct a feasibility study to determine what the appropriate remediation approach would be.
Do you know the status of that effort?
I do. We have, in the last two bullets, you'll see and in fact this board was instrumental in funding through a cleanup and abatement account our ability to develop a contract with Cal Trout to lead the Elk River Recovery Assessment, which is essentially that feasibility study that our board had recommended. And it's a sediment transport and hydrodynamic modeling effort designed to test a variety of remediation and restoration scenarios and the degree to which they can successfully return the system to a trajectory of recovery. I wanted to make the point that we adopted a WDR for PALCO in 2006, and that offered the platform, the requirements that were specific to water quality protection, different from the process that we had been involved with prior to that, which was simply to be on the Timber Harvest Plan review team. And the WDR offered an opportunity to exercise a little bit more authority specifically related to water quality issues. In 2012, we hosted a Elk River Restoration Summit, and this was on the basis that we recognize there are really two things going on here. One is that we need to provoke more effort in sediment source control out of the upper watershed, but we also need to engage in restoration remediation in this impacted reach, essentially expand the assimilative capacity in this reach so that sediment delivered to it can normally or competently be transported through. And that restoration summit was what led to then the idea of the sediment transport and hydrodynamic modeling, which is now funded as the Elk River Recovery Assessment. And from that restoration summit also evolved then our concept for the umbrella under which this remediation restoration work will happen, which is our Elk River Watershed Stewardship Program. And that also is funded through the State Board from 319H grant funds.
Can you tell me again, what's the timing on this, it strikes me this is something everybody could agree on. There'll be a lot we hear today where people disagree. I've read the disagreements, but.
So the recovery assessment is due to have a final report out next year. So they're about halfway done, as I understand, with their modeling. And what we will get from them is a report with recommendations of the suite of remediation restoration activities that they believe will be useful in the large-scale restoration planning. They'll be about 30% or so design. We will have to then move that material to the Watershed Stewardship Program, and a work group of the Watershed Stewardship Program will take those concepts and then build designs and permits and look for funding to actually implement those projects. And the Watershed Stewardship Program has been up and running for about a year. It was a contract originally with Humboldt County. They've recently chosen to pull out of the lead role on that contract, and so we're in the middle right now of revising the contract and negotiating potentially with a new lead entity. And in a couple months, we hope to have that back up and running. So this brings us to the total maximum daily load. We began development of this TMDL back in 2006. And as I said, the source analysis in particular is very, from my perspective, and I worked on one of the first sediment TMDLs in the North Coast region on the Garcia River many, many years ago now. The work that our staff did on this project is just light years beyond where we began back in 1998 doing sediment TMDLs. We brought a draft report to our scientific peer review panel. It was made up of 4 entities, got very good feedback from them. The scientific peer review draft also received a lot of informal comments from our various stakeholders, and that caused us to see the value of transmitting our material and other material developed by the companies and other local groups in the Elk River to a third party who could then synthesize that material into a technical support document. And that was Tetra Tech under contract from EPA, who developed then that technical support document. We released the draft TMDL action plan for public review in December of 2015, and the regional board adopted it then in May of 2016. Oops. So let me tell you about this TMDL. It is based on a very simple principle, which is that there is currently no assimilative capacity for sediment in the impacted reach. We see regularly that with every storm, sediment is delivered to the impacted reach, and we see continued aggradation. The Tetra Tech analysis the Tetra Tech report added an analysis that we ourselves had not done, which was to estimate the amount of material that is left behind in the impacted reach based on what comes in at the top of the reach, and it's about 25%. So, that sort of tells us 2 things. One is that that reach is indeed capable of transporting sediment competently through it, but currently it retains about 25%, which is, as I say, worsening conditions. The only way to translate the concept of no assimilative capacity into a numeric term is to call that 0. And so that's what we've done. We call this a 0 sediment TMDL, and that just naturally translates into a 0 load allocation. This is an allocation then that applies to all the sources in the upper Elk River watershed, and it is accompanied by hill slope indicators and targets, which help to define how one might achieve a 0 load allocation. The 0 load allocation is we acknowledge in the TMDL itself, in the action plan, that it is conceptual in nature, that there's no amount of technology or best management practices that can literally achieve 0. But that the notion is to represent accurately the fact that there is no assimilative capacity and drive management practices towards the minimization and elimination of all anthropogenic sediment discharges. And that is already described in our basin plan as a requirement, which is using the terms, the need to control all controllable water quality factors that influence, in this case, that influence sediment delivery. So those concepts are all sort of embedded into the concept of a zero load allocation. So along with this TMDL then, the actual equation comes a program of implementation, how we intend to implement it. And again, this is part of the action plan itself, which is adopted as an amendment to our basin plan. And that program of implementation has three components. The first is the use of WDRs as the mechanism for promoting or causing sediment source control in the upper watershed. And the concept here is that those WDRs be designed to control all controllable water quality factors influencing sediment discharges and minimize and eliminate those sediment discharges. The second part of our program of implementation comes in the form of the Elk River Recovery Assessment, which is our sediment transport and hydrodynamic modeling effort. And that is the mechanism, the feasibility study by which we will ultimately come up with designs for restoration and remediation in that impacted reach. And then the third sort of leg of this stool is the Watershed Stewardship Program. It's a stakeholder-driven program. It's a non-regulatory program. And it is designed to, through a steering committee, to then implement multiple work groups that are dividing themselves amongst the various issues of concern. So including things like infrastructure, how to ensure that there's water supply to these communities, roads are repaired, bridges are maintained. Also a subcommittee or work group that will look at science and monitoring to ensure that we're continuing our effort to bring good science and be able to adapt reasonably when we see that processes are either working or not working. And specifically a work group that will look at remediation and restoration, bringing the concepts of the recovery assessment into a design phase, looking for permits and funding to implement them. The TMDL also comes with the need for good monitoring, especially to support adaptive management. We recognize with non-point source discharges, adaptive management is sort of key to good watershed management. And there are multiple mechanisms by which we will see monitoring occur in this watershed. One is through the WDRs themselves. We also have a series of pilot restoration and remediation projects that are part of our recovery assessment process, and there is monitoring associated with them. We have some swamp funds that have been directed to this watershed to kick off some ongoing ambient water quality monitoring. And again, the Science and Monitoring Work Group of our Watershed Stewardship Program will help us design a coordinated monitoring framework for the watershed overall, so that we're sure that entities who are collecting monitoring are doing it in a way that is cooperative with one another, using the same metrics. We're not overlapping on monitoring sites, that we're using all of those monitoring dollars as wisely as possible. And this is specifically to support our concept of adaptive management, which we see as really key to making progress in this watershed. Our action plan builds in a couple of specific reviews. One concept is that we will be before our regional board every year with a report on progress made both under the TMDL and the WDRs. We also will have a formal review 5 years into their adoption of the TMDL, which will bring us to 2021. And the TMDL is described in the action plan as being a phased TMDL with the opportunity to potentially recalculate what the TMDL is now set at 0. But once remediation restoration actions have been undertaken, our hope, of course, is that that results in an expansion of the assimilative capacity, and then we have the ability to recalculate the TMDL as a positive number rather than a 0. If all is working well, that would be the outcome.
But earlier, if things go well.
If things go well, that's right. That's right. And that's contingent on the success of our watershed stewardship program and the participation of all of our stakeholders and the willing investment of both private monies and public monies to the effort. So that brings us to the public comments that were offered on this, your state board action today. We concluded that most of the comments that were received on this action were actually previously submitted, but out of an abundance of caution, we categorized all those comments and we produced a response to comments document that addressed all of those comments.
I appreciate you doing that. I don't know if you've got the notice that I hate when people just say the comments were previously submitted, like dig into the record. So thank you for
You're welcome.
doing that.
You're welcome. There also were a number of comments in those comment letters that were really addressing the waste discharge requirement that our board adopted for Humboldt Redwood Company. And you'll know that there's been a petition of that waste discharge requirement, and so we did not address those comments. That's a separate action.
Well, I'll have Mr. Wiles remind everybody of the rules on that before we go to public comment.
That's a good idea. But as I say, we did provide written comments, written responses to all the major comments. And here's a summary of the categories that we broke those comments down into. There were comments on the watershed delineation. I'll just say a few words about each of these. I won't go into much detail, but there was concern amongst some that we should have addressed this TMDL for the whole watershed and not just the upper watershed. We are confident that the upper watershed delineation was an appropriate delineation, and our recovery assessment findings are actually supporting that, recognizing that the sources of sediment in the upper watershed are really different than those in the lower watershed, and that the conditions in the lower watershed are much more driven by hydrology than they are, but then hydrodynamics than they are from sediment delivery. There were comments on our source analysis. Again, the science behind our source analysis is fairly robust, especially as compared to what our obligation is under the Clean Water Act and in relationship to other sediment TMDLs. But of course, there's a lot of numbers and a lot of ways in which we've analyzed those numbers, and so there's more complaints or concerns about some of those analyses. One of the particular analyses that some people had raised concerns about was the natural sediment loading estimate. As I said earlier, if you looked on the geologic time scale, you would probably come up with a natural sediment loading that was fairly large. This is in a earthquake-driven, tectonically active region, and we have these unconsolidated soils. But we looked over the period that is important to our current human dwelling in this watershed over the last couple of centuries, and our natural sediment loading estimate came from real field verified information. And so again, it represents a low number because we had information from the Little South Fork elk, which is now part of the Headwaters Forest, and so represents a truly natural state. And because we heard complaints about our estimate of natural background, we actually came up with a mechanism in this TMDL that doesn't rely on natural background, and that is that the zero load allocation combines both anthropogenic and natural conditions, and so there's no need to essentially haggle over what the appropriate estimate of natural is. There obviously were comments made on the zero sediment load allocation. It's a concept that takes a moment to wrap your brain around. There were comments on our numeric targets, and I just wanted...
Actually, before you move off the loading allocation, first of all, I'll second the chair's comments with respect to the response to comment. Thank you for compiling all that so that we don't have to dig through the record. On this section, actually, I thought there was one comment that I was a bit unclear about your response, in fact, in that I didn't think it directly responded to the comment. And that was on page 12. And the second to last comment there cites a comment by Humboldt HRC referring to a WQCC, quote, guidance. And I'm not familiar with such guidance, and I did miss the last WQCC, but the response, while I'm sure it's correct, did not actually refer back to that guidance. Did you look, was there such a guidance? And if so, did the guidance provide any insight? And is the regional board waste load allocation consistent with that guidance?
Excuse me just a moment.
We could come back to it if you want. Okay, but let me just flag that and then ask you to come back to it at some point.
Thank you. I also did not attend that meeting, and so I'm hoping that Matt has something more to say about that. The comments on the numeric targets, the ones I'm thinking of in particular related to the idea that some of them are difficult to attain, and I wanted to make a couple of points. One is that they represent what we would describe as the control of all controllable water quality factors, which is an important concept associated with attaining the zero load allocation. And I'd also just make the point that most of those hill slope targets are ones that we have adopted in dozens of other sediment TMDLs. Ones either identical or very, very similar to them. There were comments on the program of implementation on both sides of the question. Concerns that the program of implementation really should have called for a moratorium on logging altogether. And on the other side of the question, the comment that the program of implementation should have recognized the good stewardship of current landowners and not required further restriction. There were a number, sort of a collection of issues, questions that came up related to legal issues, questions of constitutional rights, taking of property, anti-degradation, the Administrative Procedures Act, and those were all comments that we had seen before, so we provided those responses. And then, of course, there were comments on the WDRs for Humboldt Redwood Company. As I said, we, by and large, left those alone, recognizing that that was a separate action.
Why don't I jump in and respond to your question, Tam Dudak. So HRC's comment was that there was a statement at the last WQCC, which a statement that it was not appropriate to set a load allocation above natural estimates. We reviewed the meeting minutes from the WQCC as well as any notes that our staff took, and we couldn't find a record that any state board member actually made that comment. So that's why it wasn't specifically addressed in our response. That we didn't find that that was a comment that had been made at that WQCC meeting.
Or why a comment doesn't carry the force of law or regulation. So that's just a curious thing. If someone quoted something I said in a coffee shop, it wouldn't carry any weight anywhere. I was confused by that.
I was curious because this is one of the very few, I think it was like 3 or 4 new comments, and the response didn't actually say what you just said, Mr.
It's true. We
St.
could have been more direct in our response. Thanks.
So what you have before you is our Upper Elk River Sediment TMDL Action Plan, which our regional board adopted last May, or in May of 2016. You also have before you an EO correction memo, which identifies a number of corrections to that adopted TMDL action plan, which were minor and made specifically for clarity and consistency. I'll just flag 2 important things that we had a number of different terms that drove at the same concept, and we settled on these 2 phrases as ways to capture the notion. And the first is control of all controllable water quality factors, and the second is to minimize and eliminate sediment sources. And those are the sort of key phrases associated with attaining a zero load allocation. You also have the response to public comments, and our staff recommendation is that you approve this TMDL.
Hi, Chair Marcus. Just one additional point. point the regional board would like to make on the resolution that is before you today. The regional board, in reviewing that, has a recommendation for finding 9 that references actions that the regional board may take to comply with the TMDL and references WDRs. The regional board believes it's appropriate, consistent with the TMDL, to also include other actions beyond just waste discharge requirements that may be used to implement the TMDL. So we would recommend a change to finding 9, and then a corresponding change in the hereby resolved section, number 2, which references the direction that the state board provides to the regional board in implementing the TMDL.
And do you have specific language?
Actually, I do, and I can talk you through that as soon as the regional board's done, which may be now.
That was all we had.
Good morning, board. Phil Wiles. I'm an assistant chief counsel with the Office of Chief Counsel, and this is one of those fairly rare TMDLs where, upon review of the comments that were submitted to the state board, we realized that there was perhaps some confusion specifically about the language of the TMDL and the use of the zero load allocation. And so your Chief Deputy Director, Jonathan Bishop, and I sat down and took a hard look at the actual language of the TMDL that's before you for approval. And I should say, and this may be what you're looking for, Chair Marcus, as Alita explained, the regional board adopted this TMDL back in last year in May of 2016. It was intended by its terms largely to be implemented through waste discharge requirements, at least in part, issued to Humboldt Redwood Company and Green Diamond, the timberland owners in the upper portion of the watershed. The regional board went ahead in November of last year and issued waste discharge requirements to Humboldt Redwood Company. As a result, this board received 3 petitions for review of those waste discharge requirements. Those 3 petitions were filed by folks who are here today to talk about the TMDL. They're all currently in abeyance, essentially waiting to see what the state board does with the TMDL, which is really the foundation for those waste discharge requirements. But I do want to caution folks that although we certainly are prepared to talk about the relationship between the TMDL and the WDRs that would implement it, this really is not the right forum to get into the specifics about those waste discharge requirements. And you'll see in a moment a good reason for that. If you could scroll, Janine, down to finding number 7. So Jonathan Bishop and I took, like I said, we took a hard look at the language here. And we do think that the TMDL is clear enough, but we thought that it could benefit from a little bit of extra explanation in terms of what the actual terms say and how they relate to each other. And you'll see in a moment, we are also recommending some specific direction to the regional board in terms of implementing the TMDL. So starting on finding 7, which is up on the screen, and this is the version that the public has seen, you'll see that findings 7 and 8 include specific excerpts from the TMDL and discuss both the zero loading, what it says the zero loading means, which is exactly the way that Alita described it earlier, and also what it says about how the zero load allocation will be implemented. That's in findings 7 and 8. In finding 9, we're tying together essentially what those excerpts say and the way that we would expect that they would be implemented. And so just to walk you through it quickly, again, and this is pulling from the language of the TMDL, but sort of casting it in a way where it's all in one place together. There are 4 understandings there that are identified. The first is that those hill slope indicators and numeric targets that Alita mentioned, that those do apply throughout the ownership of the timberland owners, and not just in the areas where they happen to be harvesting it at any point in time, that the WDRs would actually incorporate those hill slope indicators and numeric targets unless the regional board makes findings about why they're not feasible or appropriate in any particular instance where they don't incorporate them. Number three, that the WDRs would also include any additional provisions in order to meet the language of the TMDL that the discharges of sediment are minimized and eliminated. And then number four, that the WDRs would include a schedule by which the zero load allocation would be met as soon as feasible, but no later than 2031, and that's based on the check-in date that was in the TMDL. What you see there in red underline, those are additions that I made this morning, so these are new for everybody, and these would be to carry out what Mr. Jacobson just requested, which I took as a request for a little bit of additional flexibility in terms of the actual mechanism that the regional board would use to implement the TMDL. As written, the TMDL certainly stresses the use of waste discharge requirements to implement, but it also does say that the regional board could issue other orders or take other actions to implement the TMDL, and I wanted to be fair and reflect that as a possibility. If there aren't any questions on those findings, we could scroll down a little bit more, Janine or Courtney, thank you, to the second paragraph under the therefore be it resolved. And this is Jonathan and my proposal for specific direction to the regional board to go back and take a look at the waste discharge requirements for Humboldt Redwood Company and the waste discharge requirements that the staff's still working on for Green Diamond, and ensure that they are consistent with the understandings that I just walked through up in finding 9 above, and to provide updates to the State Water Board on their progress in doing so, with a deadline of January 2019 to be finished with updating the waste discharge requirements and any other orders that they may choose to adopt to enact or to implement the TMDL.
Why so long?
Quite frankly, I asked the regional board for a conservative time frame. I know this is a very contentious watershed, and this was work that the regional board did not have budgeted other than Green Diamond. They were not planning on going back and re-looking at the Humboldt Redwood Company waste discharge requirements. Mr. St. John asked for January 2019, and that's what I put in here. Of course, that's up to the state board's discretion.
And then the changes that you've made here in the resolution is to make the TMDL clear enough for us to, or understanding of it clear enough to be able to approve it?
No, not really. Our view is that it was clear enough as adopted. As you heard, the executive officer made a few changes to essentially to reconcile the terms where there were slightly different terms used in the version adopted by the regional board. He made some minor clarifications. My view is those weren't totally necessary, but they were helpful. And in the same light, these findings and understandings really, I think, they're intended to provide a little bit of additional guidance to the public, to the stakeholders, and to the regional board about how we read the TMDL. But my view is that they're not entirely necessary, that it was clear enough as adopted by the regional board and even as further clarified by the executive officer.
So I might put it a little bit differently, that it could be read and misunderstood and misinterpreted, and so we wanted to provide direction on the way that we read it and the way that we interpreted it and what we thought was meant by it, so that it was so that the stakeholders understood our logic in adopting and proposing it for adoption.
If we could go back to page 2, let's take a look at Resolve 9 again. And in particular, I assume this is addressed to Mr. Wiles. Help me understand, let me rephrase that. When I read the last part of Resolve 9, in Part 4 there, will require landowners to achieve a zero load allocation. I'm trying to understand and make sure that it's how is that part of Resolve 9 consistent with Resolve 8, where it says the zero load allocation does not constitute an effluent limit or a waste load allocation?
Sure, and I think that kind of gets to the sort of the fundamental nature of the zero load allocation. And the TMDL, although it does recognize that it's conceptual, it does also contain provisions that actually require the timber landowners to move toward that zero, and actually uses the word, I believe, just a moment. To implement a zero load allocation. Clearly, by using the modifier anthropogenic, we're not asking for either of those companies to control natural sources of sediment. We're focusing, as the TMDL did, at least in one portion, we're asking them to focus on the anthropogenic sources. But the answer to your question really is that if, as we read the TMDL, they are supposed to drive toward essentially zero discharges from the anthropogenic portion of their of those total discharges by 2031. There is certainly a hope expressed in the TMDL that there will be some restoration work downstream, and that as a result of that, the regional board will be able to revise the TMDL and give them a larger load allocation, something greater than zero. But as we read the TMDL, 2031 is the outer limit for when they expect to actually have HRC control and Green Diamond control the anthropogenic sources to the point where they've actually been eliminated.
And since you did not comment on that, I will assume that the regional board concurs with that understanding.
We do concur with that understanding, yes.
Thank you.
We have about an hour of comment, and we've got, I'm sure we'll have discussion and questions after, so I just want to do a time check with folks if they're okay with going through till we close, which could be after 1 o'clock, or if you'd like to go halfway through it and take a break. I'm just trying to be sensitive to people's nutritional needs.
If you don't mind me munching up here.
Well, and I'll just note that I need to leave for a presentation, so I think I'll have to leave by about 12:15 and hope to be back by about 1:15.
Suggest we go to 12:15 and reconvene at 1:15.
Yeah, we could do a normal lunch break. I hope that's okay with folks in the audience. People like lunch more than I actually give people credit for. I'm seeing people smiling. I know I normally...
Low blood sugar is not good for concentration.
I normally go straight through because I just did natural breaks. Okay, so that's what we'll do. With your apologies, we'll get started. I want to be able to give this the full attention it deserves because I know it's a complex issue that folks have worked on for many years. So let's start with Mr. Levine for 5 minutes.
Yes, we do like our lunch. My name's Alan Levine, and I represent Coast Action Group from up on the North Coast, and thank you and hello to Ms. Marcus, the chairwoman, and other members of the board. So I'm going to start with a little bit of history, and before the history is the prelude is I really believe we're at a pivotal point in addressing North Coast Rivers TMDLs, and how this goes, so goes the other rivers. And there were originally 18 of them, and now I think there's 21. Elk River was added with the Russian River and to the original 18. So in 1995, I'll raise this here, and the 18 North Coast rivers were litigated for not being moved forward on a 303D list, and sat down with the EPA staff, and Alexis, Maria Ray, some people from the regional board, and they asked what we wanted. And what we said, what we want to do is fix these water bodies. And so they said, okay, and we had a consent decree in 1997, and we started proceeding on TMDLs. And as Alita mentioned, Elk River, Russian River, and another river were added to the 18. So we moved forward with the Garcia TMDL, and it was finally adopted in 2002, where litigation commenced, and that was Pronsolino versus Marcus. So somebody here must know about that one. And I love the decision.
It comes back at you no matter where you try to go.
Good, because I like the decision. The farm bureaus and the timber industry argued that they were not subject to, and Congress never intended them to be subject to, the Clean Water Act, and the judge also said that the Clean Water Act doesn't work if everybody doesn't play. So all parties need to be part of the solution. We did the Garcia TMDL, and it was a long, drag-out fight. After that occurred, Kat Coleman came to me and said, we're not doing that again. We're going to solve problems with implementing programs, which are your WDRs and waivers. And I said, fine, if they have teeth and they actually do the job. I think that we can do watershed-wide or area-wide solutions with those. I want you to know that 20 years later, Garcia TMDL is working because we, on the Garcia, with that TMDL, have a prescriptive programs that everybody has to abide by, and they're very clear and they're very succinct, and there's alternative ways of solving problems provided in that TMDL. However, I want you to know subsequent TMDLs like the Scott and Shasta adopted in 2007, 2008, they are not working because of reliance on programs that aren't specific, aren't enforceable, and aren't prescriptive. And so here we are with the Elk River, as Alita presented, really great technical analysis, far superior than that of the Garcia, and it points to specific things that need to occur. And in my opinion, just like with the Scott and Shasta, the lack of descriptive criteria and what you want to get done in a specific period of time isn't there. It's like, does this meet that? They go by each other. They don't address each other. So in fact, some of the solutions, which are restoration actions and another WDR that hasn't been written yet, haven't been described. So here we are addressing end game for some solutions, and we really don't know what the wording is or what the specificity is regarding those programs. And I want you to know that I think that the restoration programs are pretty speculative at this point. So how are we going to make progress here? And so looking at the resolution, which was just up at the board, okay, item number 7, the applicable regulatory programs to minimize sediment loads from new and existing sediment sources and lands in Upper Elk Creek. The programs aren't described and they aren't there. Are you really meeting what's required under Water Code Section 13242, where those actions are to be described? So I think there's a CEQA failure and a water code failure there. So this goes on with the actions necessary under number 9. What are the actions? Again, lack of specificity. So what I'm asking for, and I don't know how you're going to solve it, is for really more descriptive criteria in actions that are needed for attainment of the goal, no additional controllable sediment inputs. So I can wrap it up there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your longstanding work on all of this.
Well, thank you, too. You've been,
Well, I took a big break in the middle.
as long as I have, and so has Alita.
No, I went somewhere else for a while, and I thought you guys would have this all solved, so I'd never have seen it again.
Oh, I thought you would have it.
All right. Let's move to Mr. DePerna for EPIC, and then we'll take our break.
Not quite as tall as Mr. Levine. It's officially now.
It's adjustable.
Yeah. Officially now, good afternoon, Chairman Marcus, members of the State Water Board. I am Rob DePerna, proudly as ever representing the Environmental Protection Information Center, or EPIC. A lot of different renditions of the history of how we got to the way this river is. For me, the important thing I think to remind you of that was already mentioned is we started this part of this journey in 1997 or 1998. It's been 20 years, which is the bulk of my career to date, and half the lifespan of my organization also, by the way, now, that we've been dealing with this particular watershed and issue. And it's astounding to me here today on what would have been the 75th birthday of the Grateful Dead's Jerry Garcia. I present to you the idea that you ain't going to learn what you don't want to know, right, which is a great Grateful Dead line, because we've studied this before. We've been here now for 20 years of studying the studies of our studies and studying to make sure that the studies of our studies have been studied properly and scrupulously enough. And can we possibly hunt down and investigate and put blame for every single grain of silt and sand that could possibly ever be in the river and who is responsible for it, instead of just getting down to the business of recovering the watershed. 20 years. We've been waiting for a TMDL that is now, 17 or 18 years tardy. That said, we would like very much to echo our support, and it's been convoluted in our comments to some extent because this is a convoluted process. We absolutely agree that the load allocation of 0 is correct. Our concern is with the bifurcation of the action of the TMDL and its load allocations and the disassociation of that from actions that are tangible that can, 1, control sediment that needs to be controlled, and 2, realize real actions that result in recovery of the watershed before we're all dead. I'm sorry, 2031, you guys, a lot of us are going to be gone by then. And I would like to see this river at least begin to recover by then, but, before my lifetime is over. But that said, this is one of these places where, I tend to disagree with the language of the regional board where, from our perspective, the TMDL load allocation is not conceptual. That stuff is real. The damage to this watershed, you saw the pictures of the flooding, the sediment, the damage that has been done from logging. And let's be fair, it's not a mystery or a secret how it got this way. It didn't just pop up that way one day. How did that happen? We all know how it happened. Because one of your sister agencies failed to do its job primarily, right? Let's not forget about the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, who are ignominiously absent today, who approved every single timber harvest plan in that watershed and still does today under the certification of no significant adverse cumulative impacts. Really believe that? I didn't believe it 20 years ago, I'm not believing it today. That said, you guys have a responsibility under the water code, and a lot of the argument I've heard at the regional board and here you'll hear today is about CEQA and not about the water code, about this, it's not significant, or we have to evaluate how significant it is compared to, that's not the question. The state water code is very clear that the beneficial uses of these waters are a right of all the people of the state, and the discharge is a privilege. And in an instance where you have a zero load allocation, discharge better damn well be a privilege, and it better be one that's scrupulously looked at. And I don't think that was the case at the regional board level with this TMDL or with the WDRs, which I won't speak a lot about because our petition about that action is before you. Nevertheless, again, we want to support the changes that you have made with this resolution. We want to support this TMDL because we believe the regional board got the fact that that load allocation is correct. It's not conceptual. That stuff's real. What we're concerned about is that their program of implementation is conceptual. You heard about this recovery assessment. What is it? It's another study of studies to study studies and see if we can study some more. Maybe we'll come up with some great actions. Who's going to fund them? Where are they? They're not described. What are the actions? We don't know. That stuff's real conceptual. This recovery, the stewardship group seems to me just a way to get people together to try and talk, which is great. But it seems to me that since the lead agency just pulled out, that's pretty conceptual too, it seems to me. So we're concerned about the disassociation and the disconnect between the TMDL load allocation and what I would call a conceptual action plan. So we very much support the resolution in summing it to send the regional board back to the drawing board and really look hard at the waste discharge permits and the amount of anthropogenic sourcing that's still going to be allowed in a river with zero load allocation, potentially out to 2031. And I'm sorry, to me, that's ridiculous. That is just outrageous. What are we waiting for? We all know what the problem is. We know what's wrong with the river. We know part of the problem is coming off the hillside, part of it's stuck in the middle of the river. What are we waiting for other than allowing private dischargers to continue to make a profit off of a privileged discharge when you have public citizens, people who have the right to use the water, suffering downstream, who have been suffering for 20 years and who will continue to suffer until 2031? You guys, I'm sorry, this is not acceptable. So in closing, we definitely would like to encourage this board to adopt this TMDL with the resolution as it is before you. I really appreciate the opportunity to come speak to you all today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing in the Grateful Dead. That's always... All right. All right, our next speaker has 15 minutes, so I suggest we break and come back at 1:15, all well-nourished and ready to work. Okay. Hi. We're back. We're back, and it's 1:21. I appreciate all the people I saw on the stairs who said that they had gotten their allotted nourishment during the time. That was good. Followed my direction. I really appreciate that. I've got my caffeine and my snack. That's right. No, it's just important. This stuff, it's you need to bring your whole brain to it. All right, so next we have Christy Wrigley, Upper Elk River resident, on behalf of the residents. You set that for 15 minutes, and that'll be followed by a trio from the forestry side of things, and I'll give you the exact timing on that when they're about to come up. Hello.
That, okay, now tell me how to use it. You can't just hand these devices to...
Just know that it's persnickety.
Well, if I want it to go forward, do I hit the button? There's 4 of them. One? The right? Okay.
I don't know where your start is, so back and forward.
Well, I'm on the first one, so we'll leave it there for now. If I get to the end, I get to the end. First of all, I want to tell you that I'm slow because I've been sick and I have a cold. So it just automatically goes forward? Okay.
No, it shouldn't.
You know, if it's going to do that, I want it to turn off.
And you set it so it doesn't do that?
Because we don't need it on until the end. And are we going to wait for the other lady to come back? No.
No, she'll catch them.
She'll catch it.
Because she reads everything too.
Yeah, she can't read what she doesn't have. I could give it to her though. All right. Good morning, Chairman and board members. I am here representing about 3 dozen Upper Elk River residents. My name is Christy Wrigley, and I live at 2550 Wrigley Road in Upper Elk River on our apple farm, the ranch, where I was born and raised and my father was born and raised. It is the first downstream property to industrial logging on the North Fork of Elk River. There never has been any other significant activity in the watershed above us but logging. My family has lived and operated an apple farm on the ranch property since 1903. I also own property about a mile downstream at the confluence of the North and South Forks of Elk River called the Red House or West 40 property. It is where my uncle built his home when he retired from the timber industry after 45 years. I have a long direct knowledge of the water in Elk River and a longer historical understanding. I'll tell you a little bit about my background. I graduated co-valedictorian of my high school class of nearly 600 in 1964. I went to UC Berkeley during the troublesome years, I remember that, Tam, during the troublesome late 60s with People's Park, the Vietnam War protests, and the hippie movement all around me. I was married, worked my ex-husband's way through college, and finally graduated with a Bachelor of Science from the College of Agriculture. I've worked as a research lab assistant, a telephone engineer, and am retired from Caltrans after being a surveyor for 23 years. I have 3 grown children. I worked and managed the ranch property, which was 25 acres, 15 in timber, and 7 in apples, with my dad from 1978 to 1995 when he died, and I inherited the farm, which is where I live now. By that time, increased flooding, flood height and frequency was obvious to the longtime residents. I addressed this state water board during the Headwaters deal cabal, trying to get appropriate attention and protection for the residents that rely on Upper Elk River watershed's only source of domestic and agricultural water, the surface waters of Elk River. Now, at first, we were drowned out by big timber and the so-called environmentalists. Now, we are overwhelmed by big timber and undervalued by the state agencies. Residents feel that their right to live safely in their homes, use their property and water in Elk River are subservient to timber's privilege to pollute. Neighbors who have lived in Upper Elk River 30, 40, and 50 plus years have moved out because they do not feel safe. If the floodwater doesn't directly invade their home, it surrounds it and/or cuts off their access. What is called nuisance flooding is horrifying and threatening to the residents. We know what is normal in Elk River. Flooding over the road at Dead Woman's Corner, maybe 3 times in 10 years. Up and over the North Fork Bridge, concrete rails, once every 10 to 20 years. And all across my orchard property, never. Now, the road floods 3 to 10 times a year, over the bridge rails and into our homes, an average of once every 3 years. And across my orchard, every year. And this winter, and that is winter, summer flows are dangerously low, even in normal to rainy years. The water is stagnant, full of mud, moss, duckweed, algae, and grass. Where there in the mid-1980s was gravel, flowing water, and deep pools. If you never knew Elk River in the before condition, you can't possibly understand how bad it is now. Longtime residents know our knowledge of cumulative effects should be front, center, and paramount. Our knowledge may be in a narrative form, but it deserves respect and merit. A regional board member acknowledged as much when he spoke at a water quality meeting in Eureka late last year, saying the only group that has been right about the river is the residents. All state public agencies acknowledged that Elk River was significantly adversely affected by sediment from logging in 1997. Since then, the river and the residents' lives has only gotten worse. The focus has always been on making logging better. Better logging has not made the river better. Put the focus on the river and the residents. Not only do our lives, property, and water not matter to the regional board, but our economic interests and incomes don't either. Logging may be an important economic interest, but it should not preclude other activities. I'm not the only apple farmer that's affected. Ralph Krause had North Fork Organics. He sold fresh and dried apples to Eureka Naturals. Jesse Noel has a nice little orchard. It's a mix of really old trees and new ones. But I'll talk about only my farm. We had 1,000 semi-dwarf apple trees that produced 4,000 25-pound boxes. One variety we were famous for is an apple called Waltana. It's crossed in southern Humboldt, so we're especially partial for it. It was a perfect late-season apple, good for cooking, fresh eating, and it would keep 4 months in a cool garage. We have now discovered another great use. It makes excellent cider. The ranch produced, or we sold most of them as fresh fruit in the early days, and it brought in $10,000. Today, it would probably bring in $20,000 as fresh fruit. But if we take that 1,000 boxes and we turn it into cider, we can generate $100,000 on the retail cider market level. And yes, the market is right there, and they would take every one we produce. But we must forego any such visions of production, because today, my orchard produces from a low of nothing to a high of 200 boxes. California Department of Forestry, the lead agency in the timber harvest plan process, does not heed the residents' knowledge because it's not in an Excel spreadsheet format, or simply because their cumulative effects assessment is so conveniently flawed, it always declares that all significant adverse effects of a THP have been mitigated to less than significant. Water quality then tears off this evaluation and finds a way to permit the logging. CDF and regional water quality demand that my and my neighbor's property, along with the bed of the river, be used as a depository for my upstream neighbor's pollution, essentially turning the river into an industrial waste ditch. Another important statement made at that same regional meeting was that Humboldt Redwood Company is responsible for the land that they bought in the condition it was in. All logging's cumulative effects are their responsibility now. In 1998, the residents were promised a sediment TMDL in Elk River by 2002. That did not happen. There was a brief period between 97 and 2002 when no new plans were permitted by CDF. We did see a progressive improvement in river conditions. Then logging started up, and the increased harm to the river and the residents did too. Instead of doing a TMDL, Regional Water Quality pursued a WDR, which was supposed to control sediment for logging. We residents of Upper Elk River knew it wouldn't, and it didn't. You can't control Mother Nature and gravity with words on paper based on numbers on paper alone, unless you have stringent guidelines and stuff and tough restrictions. You can't. Then we were told in 2006 with the WDR that water quality was still pursuing the TMDL, and that would be the ultimate answer to the sediment problem in Elk River. Meanwhile, it was log on under a WDR regional board knew was ineffective by 2010. Salmon Forever, of which Jesse Noel is a member, participated in a water quality grant in Elk River and Freshwater, our sister watershed to the northeast, which is similarly but not quite as severely affected. We set up suspended sediment monitoring stations and built a lab later described as impressive by a CDF hydrologist. We ran thousands of samples from 2008 through 2011 and beyond. I know the lab's on my property, and I ran it, and I ran thousands of those samples. We followed EPA turbidity threshold monitoring procedures and produced robust data that proved with numbers and a spreadsheet what the residents had been describing. We asked for a review and an adjustment to the cut. The answer was, we're working on the TMDL. The regional board was worried about Humboldt Redwood Company and their business interests in Upper Elk River, never the residents' lives and their interests. The TMDL finally came out over a dozen years past due with a zero sediment allowance. Just what that zero really means, still on the ground, to me, is still questionable. We've had a lot of zeros and logging in our past. The Elk River Stewardship Program is a dreamy regulatory program. It places a huge burden on the few remaining Upper Elk River residents left alive and still living in the watershed. It may be created out of good intentions, but after 20 years of public agencies inflicting harm willfully onto downstream residents, more than good intentions and planned possible relief is required. Good intentions do not necessarily lead to meaningful relief. We needed real relief in '97. It should have been started by 2002, and it would have been completed by 2022, not 2031. If your draft resolution, in your draft resolution, you state the TMDL is consistent with Resolution 6816 and the federal anti-degradation policy, well, perhaps on paper it is. The State Water Board, if the State Water Board does not hold to and define a meaningful zero, the Regional Board will continue to approve too much logging and degrade water quality in Elk River. Using a WDR to authorize new logging and only minimize new sediment inputs will not recover water quality, especially with a regional board that is obsessed with allowing Humboldt Redwood Company maximum logging. Unless you make them adhere to guidelines that are spelled out and support recovery of water quality, there will be no relief for the residents. The TMDL states that the WDR will contain any additional specified provisions to ensure, minimize, and eliminate sediment discharges, but they're not specified, they're not outlined, they're not defined. This regional board won't implement even the basic requirements set out by their own staff, instead choosing to mostly adhere to guidelines outlined by the timber company, specifically those in the HCP. I'd really like to finish.
Yeah, if you have a bit more, go ahead, and this is helpful.
I got one more page.
Yeah, go ahead.
We all know by now the HCP is not protective of water quality, both by the UC team report and by the residents' eyewitness reporting. The basic recommendations came from a weakened staff because they know their board will not support the strong measures that are required to restore residents' water and abate nuisance flooding. Maybe I'll skip some. When there is physical invasion of residents' property, emotional and economic harmful nuisance flooding that has been permitted by the state for over 20 years, everything possible to restore residents' rights needs to be done as soon as possible, not protect one special neighbor's profitability at the expense of others. I have one more paragraph. Sure. In number 2 of your therefore be it resolved, the phrase to the maximum extent feasible needs to be removed or defined. That phrase has been interpreted to mean that only what's economically beneficial to the polluter will be required. They cannot be made to do anything that would decrease their profits. Well, if you can't control the sediment, then don't create it. The physical or not controlling pollution are never, the physical, emotional, and economic interests of not controlling pollution are never fairly taken into account. This is especially true when those harmed are politically impotent downstream farms, businesses, and lowly neighbors. Do a thorough job of ensuring restoration of residents' water and stopping increased flooding, and do it now. 14 years on top of more than 24 years of harm is not the best that can be done. Make sure a zero is an effective zero to restore. We residents needed that 20 years ago. There are 2 slides I would like you to see. That's
No, go ahead. And then also, if we can borrow your notes, then I can run and have somebody copy it so that Dee Dee can see it when she gets in.
Okay. Okay. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Okay, that's the intersection of Wrigley Road. We are standing on Wrigley looking at Elk River Road. To your left is the North Fork Bridge. To your right is the road back to town and what's called Dead Woman's Corner. I'm going to flip through these. These are early pictures of what the river looked like with all that logging. Those were in winter. This is in summer. That's my orchard. That's right below the house. That's right below the house when it's flooded. That's before, that's after. That's before, that's after. And that's a mild flood. That's before. You see a fence right there. It's flooded almost over the top of that fence. Makes that field totally useful. Here are the houses. That one's been raised 4 feet, and that's the flood water right there. This house was raised over 1.5 feet. And the floodwater is lapping at the bottom of it. Thank goodness they raised it. That is Wrigley Road, and that is the sediment in the mailbox on Wrigley Road. That mailbox is this high on my chest, and I would be standing on Wrigley Road when I looked at that. That's my house that can't be lived in. When you look at the front window and you see how the windows beside the curtains is dark and then it turns light, that's the high water mark in that house now. That's the mud. It's more mud. That's the stuff you have to wash off. That's centered funny, but that's Jesse on the North Fork Bridge. And now he's pointing how high the water comes on the North Fork Bridge. And you will see it coming there. If you look at that, the sign is on my right in blue, and those bridge rails are just about to go under as you see them going from the right to the left. And that's right in front. There they are. They're disappearing. That's the house at the corner. On the left, you'll see the 35-mile-an-hour sign. Oh, there's the 35-mile-an-hour sign. The water is just under the bottom. And that is a faraway picture. I can stand under that 35-mile-an-hour sign. So that water is 5 feet high right there. That's the house that you saw earlier. That's the intersection, just like the beginning photo. That's it surrounding the house. You're looking toward Elk River Road. If you turn around and look the other way, that little piece of pavement is the only part of Elk River or Wrigley Road that is out of the water for about 600 feet. And that's what it leaves behind, and you can see it's gone up over the second step. This is what it leaves behind. This is what we are left with. This is a river. That's the mud we get to try to approach the river with. That's my boot in the mud. That's one up with the river and down. That's left from one, maybe 6 hours of flooding. Leaves that much mud. That's where it's coming from. That's the river in summer. You want to drink that water? That's the river in summer. It's in the middle of there somewhere. When I say grass, I mean grass. And there it is. That's the water just above where I'm supposed to take my water out of the river. And it turns milky white in summer. This is the last slide. It's rather awkward to look at. Don't look at the white thing on the upper left. Look at the orange tied around a post that has a lot of moss on it. Now that post should be 4.5 feet out of the ground. It's the bottom of an 8-foot fence. The orange ribbon that you see was tied on in 2013. There is a blue 6-inch ruler tie that you can see leaning up against it. I could not include a slide of that post today because I had not submitted it before this hearing. Today it is at the top of that blue ruler, and that was taken in 2013. So sedimentation is huge, it's harmful. We have nowhere else to turn. We do not know what to do. And yes, I am participating in everything I possibly can, including pilot studies, and I'll gladly work with the timber company. I'm getting to work with Mike Miles on the first project that comes. But my goodness, you haven't slowed this down in 20 years. We don't see it happening. So we would appreciate more specifics. So thank you very much for the added time. I deeply appreciate it.
Thank you, and Carol will come get your stuff and then bring it back to you. We're going to make a copy so you can see her notes that she just read. Thank you very much. All right, next we have Mike Miles for 8 minutes, followed by Gary Reinierson for 5 minutes, and then Wayne Whitlock for 7 minutes. Got that? Okay.
Actually, with the indulgence of the chair.
Oh yeah, you're going to go first?
I'd like to go first,
Okay.
please, Chair Marcus.
5 minutes.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Chair Marcus, members of the board, my name is Gary Reinierson. I am with Green Diamond Resource Company, and I am therefore Manager for Forest Policy and Communications. And so I appreciate the time this afternoon. One of the things I wanted to be, since we're at the start of the two major landowners upstream, we have about 2,000 acres all in the South Fork of Elk River. And I think one of the things that's been missing is the kind of the history of the changes that have happened. And certainly there have been impacts in this drainage. This is a sensitive drainage. We recognized that when we first started operating. We've owned our land since '78, but we did very little logging in there until 2005, and we created what was called the Salmon Creek and Elk River Management Plan, recognizing the sensitivity of these particular soils, these uplifted, poorly consolidated marine soils that are subject to erosion. We recognized that, and we implemented as far back as '98 special measures, and then refined those further in 2005 and 2006 when we developed our first WDR specifically for the South Fork of Elk River. And that was done with hand in hand with the board staff here, regional board staff. And that resulted in the South Fork of Elk River Management Plan and the WDR. We established in our own annual harvest rates. We established special measures. There are no better forest practices done in the state than in this drainages on a contemporary basis today. The issues that we're dealing with are from historic harvesting practices. Certainly not today's practices. The way we manage our road systems, the way we manage our harvesting is all designed to prevent erosion and to maintain water quality. And so in 2007, we received a aquatic habitat conservation plan, which also applies to this property, which of course is for all the salmonid species, Chinook, coho, and steelhead, of which are within this system. And in 2012, we received a property-wide WDR to manage our roads. And then in 2012, we updated the Elk River Management Plan and implemented a property-wide WDR for general forest management activities. Again, all done hand in hand with the regional board staff. And we appreciate that, appreciate working with them. Those are great documents. They're property-wide documents. They allow us to manage on an entire drainage basis, and we appreciate that. But again, I'd like to stress what we're dealing with mostly, and certainly there are impacts in this drainage, but they have resulted from historic practices, not our current practices. And you today and the regional board are in a difficult position. It's between staff reports and the concerns of the residents and the concerns of the upstream landowners. And you're left with who's right and what are the solutions. And what we'd like to offer that we are undertaking extraordinary management practices out there at this time. Some of the practices that would be implemented through the TMDL is approved by the regional board and has actually, with additional changes that make it even more difficult, will be very difficult to manage under. And in some cases, some of the standards are impossible to achieve. And you heard earlier during the staff presentation from the regional board, zero target is necessarily, it's a construct. And no best management practices, and I'm not trying to paraphrase what Alita said, no BMPs in the world are going to achieve zero. And yet when you look at number 9, that's exactly what it says we have to do by 2013. So we believe number 9, especially as modified, is an impossible standard to meet. And we respectively request that, and I think we heard earlier your council say that number 9 really wasn't necessary. The TMDL was adequate as it was understandable. We'd request that number 9 be struck. We don't believe it's necessary, and we believe it establishes a standard that we just simply can't achieve. Also, I think it'd be useful to somewhere in the findings to say that the zero assimilative capacity is a construct. It is not intended to be an effluent target, nor is it intended or is understood that can be achieved. We also suggest you delete number 2. The Tetra Tech report was never, in my understanding, and I think I'm correct in this, was never approved by the regional board. And we do have issues with some of the results and the allocation, especially the total allocation of discharge of sediment, but specifically the allocation between human-related, management-related, and natural background. Good heavens. So I greatly respect your consideration of that, and I'd also like to hand out to your clerk a chart of the sediment work we've already done in there. As part of our 2005 management plan, we implemented a complete roads analysis and all controllable sediment analysis and completed that in a 10-year period. So we have already undertaken a very rigorous program to identify and remove all current erosion areas as well as any potential erosion. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to ask a question? Or you think you might asking a question?
Well, no, I have a question for Mr. Wiles, but he's...
Oh, okay.
Now he's... I think I might have perhaps misunderstood Mr. Reinerson's comment, or perhaps he misunderstood your comment, Mr. Wiles. But with respect to Resolve 9, I don't believe I heard Mr. Wiles say that he did not believe it was necessary.
So what I was saying earlier is that my view is that the regional board's TMDL, as adopted by the regional board, that it was sufficiently clear to pass the legal requirements, but that it would benefit, all parties would benefit from the excerpts and a little bit more clarity and specifically spelling out our understanding of how the different pieces of the TMDL fit together to implement the zero load allocation.
But did Resolve 9 in no way modifies the TMDL that the regional board adopted?
That's correct. Our view, my view, I'm the one who drafted it, is that it provides additional clarity, but it doesn't change the substance of the TMDL.
Sorry, that's not a resolve, that was a whereas. Apologies.
So you've touched off a question. I can wait. I'll just wait.
Yeah, I'm just trying to listen to everybody before I choose my questions. More economical use of time.
May I proceed with handing this out? It wasn't part of the record.
Sorry, we're
it was not earlier submitted.
It was not.
It was not.
Submitted. So, yeah, I don't. So what this is, it's assertions about data, including sediment loading from different types of natural loading, road loading, management area loading. And I frankly, I don't know whether this information is contained within the regional board record in a different format, but we wouldn't want to accept it now if it wasn't in front of the regional board to begin with.
I was just going to ask Gary if that is a summary of information that was already in the record in front of the regional board.
We presented this to the board, but to your board before. Whether or not it was in this exact format, I can't say.
Do you guys want to look at it while we keep moving on, and then you can come back to it? I just want to keep it moving. There's actually also an item after this, so folks are being patient. Mr. Miles, 8 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Mike Miles. I'm with Humboldt Railroad Company. I'm a forester by training. I'm the Director of Forest Operations for the Northern Operations for Humboldt Railroad Company. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here and comment. My background prior to being the forest manager for the Northern Operations, I was the Director of Forest Science and therefore involved in the Elk River TMDL process for the last several years and familiar with the science. And was the author of a letter, January 17th letter that we provided to you earlier, comment letter on the state TMDL adoption hearing or approval hearing. I wanted to first and foremost appreciate and recognize the attention that the state board is paying towards the Elk River Recovery Assessment, and particularly the funding that you're doing to look downstream at resolutions, because we believe this is critical. We're partners also in that. We didn't hear testimony of that from anybody this morning, but we also have contributed significant funds, time, and energy to the Elk River Recovery Assessment, to the hydrodynamic modeling, as well as the stewardship program. And we think that's where we're going to find a solution. I will jump straight to one of my punchlines of we're looking at a plug drain here. And so it's much like a tub that fills up. When the bottom is constricted the way it is, you need to look downstream. When a channel narrows as it goes downstream, that's not natural. And that's happening well off of our property and below Miss Wrigley's property as you head downstream. So we need to do some engineering down there, and I think most floodplain experts recognize that. And so we appreciate that a light's gone on in the local regional water board's approach, and the state water board recognizes that, and there's funding going towards downstream solutions, because that's how we're going to get out of this, the mess that we're currently in. You know, the letter, I'm just going to touch on the letter really quick. It provides background on Humboldt Railroad Company. We've been around since 2008. We have a different set of practices than our predecessor. We harvest at a lower level. We use selective logging. We've certainly continued over 20 years of sediment reduction. So when I hear people stand up and say, well, we need to do something now, I've been on the ground. For 20 years, we've been removing sediment from roads. We've been decommissioning roads. We've been expanding buffers at a cost of millions of dollars. So action is going on. The Regional Water Board has been very direct in that way. 2 cleanup and abatement orders. We've just completed the one for Elk River. So there is action, and it's been going on for the last 20 years. I think Christy kind of hit it on the head. Better logging doesn't make the river better. We've stopped the bleeding of sediment in large part. Now we need to go downstream and repair the drain and repair the conveyance capacity, the carrying capacity of the channel. And so that in that sense, we're totally on board for this TMDL and that it directs downward looking. You know, we have a problem with the zero load allocation. It's confusing. We've heard different state board members and different people testify. What does it mean? Is it conceptual? Is it absolute? We don't know. I tend to be optimistic and trust that Regional Water Board and staff will implement in a reasonable approach. My attorneys warned me against that, and that we should be clear on what the meaning of zero load is moving forward, and that seems to make sense to me as well. So we're certainly looking for, is this an absolute? Is this a conceptual? And we're hoping the state board will provide clear direction on that. Yeah, the sediment source analysis, there's a lot of data available. What we didn't hear this morning was one thing we all agree on is that the sediment reduction over the last 20 years is at least 70% from what happened in 1997. The Tetra Tech report found that, confirmed the water quality's findings. That's a substantial reduction. We argue it's much greater because for a couple of reasons that are in my letter, which you can take a look at. I'd be happy to answer questions towards bank erosion and stream density. But at minimum, we all agree that there's a 70% reduction. I was slightly disheartened not to hear any testimony this morning about the effectiveness of the change of practices that came about beginning in 1999. So we hope that makes it into the record at some point. And then certainly the TMDL, the Elk River, the entire thing is listed. Folks that are looking at this from the outside recognize the downstream processes have an effect on how the impaired reach in the middle of the floodplain work. You have to consider it as a whole. Instead of bifurcate the TMDL and just say we're going to look at just sediment sources, and that's how we're going to fix this. It's faulty logic, and it's a dog chasing its tail. Well, let's make the buffers bigger. Let's do more logging prescriptions. Somehow that's going to fix it. You've been doing that, and the regional board's been doing that for 20 years. It hasn't corrected the situation, so we need to get downstream and work on things, and we're part of that collaborative effort. You know, just a little bit more about the science. And so the current data that's available that, for whatever reason, is not always represented, even though it's readily available, the anthropogenic sediment source reduction over the last 20 years. We just heard a testimony this morning that the last 20 years has been the problem. The sediment reduction has been, if you look at the tables in the TMDL itself, the last 20 years, we're trending in the right direction. So that's, we need to recognize that. And then that leads to recovery. That's why we're seeing recovery in the watershed. The forest is well vegetated. I invite you to fly over the forest on Google Earth to see what's happened in the last 15 years, and more particularly in the last 8 years under our management, where we do only selection logging. It's reforested. You know, please take a look for yourself. It's not a bunch of clear cuts or checker patch, as one might lead you to believe. California Department of Fish and Wildlife surveys regarding coho spawning. This watershed, particularly the North Fork, where we own 99% of the upper North Fork, has the highest spawning rates of regional streams of its size up on the North Coast. So there is a strong recovery going on here, and you can go there today and see young coho juveniles on our property and immediately downstream. The stream channel substrate is coarsening. It's not down where Christie's at, but upstream from there it is coarsening and it's moving downstream. And so again, we're seeing recovery, and that supports the fact that suspended sediment concentrations are declining, and that's what the trends show. We're required to do certain monitoring by the Regional Water Board. When you evaluate those trends, we're seeing a decline in suspended sediment concentrations. That's allowing for the channel to coarsen. That's allowing for spawning habitat to make its way downstream, which is trending towards recovery. And then the channel geomorphology. We heard a lot about it's continuing to degrade over the last 20 years. You have data points in cross-sectional data from 1965 and 1999 and beyond. The aggradation occurred between 65 and 99. That's when this big, and it came a lot about 97, 98. If you look at the cross-sectional data that we're required and we submit to the Regional Water Board, and you actually look at it, and I provided it as part of my letter, there is no net aggradation going on. It's a net reduction, if anything. It slowly degrades under slow storm seasons, and then when a big storm comes through, it scours, and the result is a zero net loss. Basically, it's in a steady state right now. Doesn't mean we don't need to go in there and clean it out, or folks do, but there's not the significant aggradation going on that we hear off the cuff, but when you look at the data, it doesn't show that. And all I can do as a scientist is, here's what the data says. If it said something else, it would say something else, and I would be reporting something else. So I'm going to wrap it up here. So we certainly agree with the TMDL's focus downstream. We find the zero load allocation confusing. We thought maybe it should be something above background. If you want to make a statement, have it be 10% above background rather than the standard 20 or 25. That would be more appropriate. We can work within that. There's inherent issues when you build houses on floodplains. Many of those photos, the houses are right next to the river at the start of the floodplain. And so there's inherent problems with that you need to manage that channel, and we need to engineer that channel if we're going to maintain those houses there. And I appreciate that, and that's the direction we should head in. The other thing I wanted to make clear was the idea that you are directing the Regional Water Board to revisit in 2 years the WDR that was just adopted. They've already got it set up to revisit in 5 years once we can kind of see the data. But to go back in 2 years, we won't have learned anything about what we just did. And we think the WDR is working. I mean, it restricts what we can do today. I'm in the woods telling loggers where they can log, where they can't log, what time they can log. We're already having restrictions with this WDR, so it is prescriptive by nature. We argued against those prescriptions. We lost. They are now in place. To go back and say, hey, take another look at it in 2 years, the TMDL was already adopted as the zero load concept when the Regional Water Board was thinking about how do we get a WDR for zero loading. So that was already a consideration. This is what they gave us. We're operating under it. Let's let it work itself out for 5 years and then revisit as was originally intended by the Regional Water Board. And so I would ask for a 5-year revisit rather than the 2 years. And I'll, again, appreciate your time and commitment to this. It's a tough issue. There's a lot of different folks in here with different perspectives. We already operate under a zero load allocation. We don't walk by sediment sources and say, oh, it's our right to pollute. We're out there trying to fix these things at the cost of millions of dollars because it's the right thing to do. And so I'm certainly happy to answer any questions about the letter or any other questions you may have. And certainly about John Marshall. It was my comment regarding can you have a zero load allocation for a naturally occurring water quality constituent. My understanding when John made a statement that he was basically saying you could not, it would have to be somewhere above the background and below pollution, and that's where you should set it, regional water boards. But I could have been misunderstood. I just represented what I thought I heard.
Thank you. You're from the last person in the group, Wayne Whitlock.
Good afternoon, board members. It's a pleasure to be with you. Again, my name is Wayne Whitlock. I'm with the law firm Pillsbury. I've been practicing before this board for 3 decades now, and I'm glad to be back with you today. And I represent here today both Green Diamond and Humboldt Redwood. So they have very similar concerns with what's happened in the TMDL, and I wanted just to address some of those things and talk about them. Really, my focus is on the regulatory aspects of this TMDL and the action plan. There are lots of other things to talk about, but I just won't focus on that. And so my focus is really on what does this mean in terms of the law and regulatory effect of the TMDL. Not surprisingly, we see the science and the basis for action differently from the way the regional board has described it. We have objected consistently to the adoption of a zero load allocation. And here's why. I think we're kind of seeing why that's difficult. We don't believe it's feasible. And in fact, in addition to the statements that are quoted in the findings here, there are others in the board that say that the board found at the end of a long, long period of time that of reviewing this, that they recognized that in order to really put a zero load allocation there, it had to be conceptual. And it's stated in the action plan that it's necessarily conceptual, that it's a construct. Page 6 of the action plan is one reference about that. The other thing is that it was envisioned that it would be implemented even conceptually through the adoption of waste discharge requirements, not directly. The concern I have about what's being talked about in the findings now is that it's much more of a direct enforcement and implementation being looked at in these findings. And so I take a little bit of issue with my colleague Phil about how we'd interpret the language in finding 9 and the direction to revisit the WDRs. We raise concerns also about the bifurcation of the TMDL area. We feel like the regional board really missed an opportunity to really take account of the kind of issues that Mike and Gary talked about, the downstream problems, the contributions from other anthropogenic sources. Instead, in the regulatory context, we have complete focus on these 2 timber companies. And yet, the TMDL doesn't really acknowledge the history. And let me just explain it conceptually. And my comments are conceptual. This is not completely 100% true, but it's pretty close. Virtually, we have 2 kinds of issues. One is the historic contributions from past practices. That's stuff that's already in the river system. It's already escaped and it's off the land of these landowners. Then there's the legacy sources of sediment that's on the hill slopes. Their road programs, as they've described, have pretty much removed almost all of that material, the legacy sources. And on top of that, they have adopted a number of practices to make them the very best they can to prevent discharges from current operations. But on the other hand, the regulatory element of this TMDL is completely focused on those 2 companies and says now with the direction that the regional or the state board would have in here, they'd be directed to implement the zero load allocation as a prescriptive measure more so than it was before. In terms of their practices, and that is difficult. One of the quoted statements in I think it's on page 6 of the action plan, says that it is not achievable. The zero load allocation really isn't achievable. It's not even physically or technically possible. I have a real concern about making a regulatory requirement out of something that really isn't achievable. We see that all the time on the NPDES permitting side, trying to find that prescriptions really are feasible to implement, and I have a real concern about that here. Excuse me. In regulatory terms, the TMDL action plan really places all the responsibility for recovery of the watershed on the timber companies, when there really are, the record demonstrates that there really are other sources. The findings seem to say that those really aren't important enough to try to catch her. We just don't agree with that. We don't think the record supports that conclusion. And then, as I said, the TMDL doesn't seem to recognize the difference in the contributions from these past operations that could really have to be controlled downstream versus what can be reasonably done in terms of their own practices in the watershed. And now we turn to finding 9. In our view, and many of the references are quoted in section 7, finding 7 and 8, those are words that the regional board members insisted be placed in the action plan at the end of the proceeding in recognition of the fact that if we were going to use a zero load allocation, it had to be acknowledged as conceptual. It had to be recognized that it would be implemented with flexibility. The concern I have about the change or the addition in finding 9 is that it appears, in my view, to be restricting that flexibility that the regional board members insisted had to be placed in that TMDL. And that really does concern us. Again, when you get out on the ground, you start implementing a THP and you deal with the implementation issues, that is very difficult, and it's a challenge for all the people on the ground to implement. So we would ask you to remove, we would really like the zero load allocation to be removed from the TMDL altogether, as well as the numeric targets, and send them back to the regional board for revision. But if you won't do that, we would ask you to at least remove finding 9 and the orders direction in paragraph 2 that requires the regional board to revisit HRCs and Humboldt Redwoods and Green Diamonds WDRs consistent with that finding 9. If the state board maintains the zero load allocation and the numeric targets, the findings and the order should reinforce the conceptual nature of the zero load allocation and the critical necessity of applying flexibility in implementing what the regional board recognized as a goal and a construct, rather than an enforceable prescriptive requirement that is to be implemented literally and directly against the regulated landowners. Now, just in terms of what these things mean from a regulatory perspective too, we're not talking about those petitions that have been filed, but to me, the effect of this language in finding 9 and the direction in the order paragraph 2 is really to decide those appeals. It's basically remanding the WDRs that have already been issued to HRC for reconsideration consistent with the new findings. And that to me could be thought of as a decision on those WDRs. So we'd ask again to have those removed from the findings. My concern is that the findings that direct the regional board to re-review the WDRs really do raise that concern about the relationship to the WDRs that are on appeal. So thank you very much for your time. It's nice to be with you today. We appreciate your consideration of this, and be happy to answer any questions.
All right. I know you're going to be staying around with us.
Yes. Thank you.
Let's move to the next person. Vivian Hellewell for the PCFFA and IFR, 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and board members. My name's Vivian Hellewell, and I'm with Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations and its associated nonprofit group, Institute for Fisheries Resources, IFR. Thanks for considering our comments about concerns we have with the North Coast Board's total maximum daily load for Upper Elk River and its effectiveness in restoring the beneficial uses, including cold water fisheries. We appreciate the complexity of trying to balance so many competing interests. Our commercial fishing group was party to the original consent decree and supports the use of TMDLs to restore impaired rivers. And while I'm thinking of it, we concur with the comments of Coast Action Group asking for more specifics. Our members have relied for our livelihoods on a harvestable surplus of salmon to bring to market.
As you may know, we are completely shut down this year for ocean fishing for salmon from the Oregon border to Point Arena and beyond. We have zero fishing. We support the zero load allocation for sediment in Elk River, which is justified if the sediment load is so high that any additional sediment prevents the beneficial uses from being restored. On page 17 of the response to comments, State Water Board staff points out that, quote, the evidence shows that both past and ongoing operations from the upstream landowners have led to aggradation and additional sediment loads in the impaired reaches of Elk River, creating nuisance conditions and impairing beneficial uses. Page 3, quote, worsening pollution and nuisance are likely to continue until all controllable factors associated with timberland management activities are fully controlled and the impacted reach remediated as well. I added the as well, unquote. Humboldt Redwood Company is requesting a lower load allocation above background. Page 16 of the response to comments states, quote, only once the assimilative capacity of the impacted reach and lower watershed has been restored can the WDRs be revised with new load allocations and targets. The period through 2011 had rates of aggradation estimated to have been reduced to still nearly 5 times natural, partly due to substantially less rainfall, according to the staff's document. We've repeatedly described in our comments the need to have road inspection triggers at less than the current 3 inches of rain in 24 hours, when severe turbidity and flooding have been occurring at much less than that amount of rain. And that comment has not been addressed in any of the hearings. It should not be made the responsibility of citizens to prove connectivity on private lands between muddy roads and the muddy river. Then the response to comments says on page 17, quote, the North Coast Board ultimately set the TMDL and numeric targets that would allow dischargers to continue economic activity on their land while requiring feasible measures to attain the TMDL allocation and eventual support of the beneficial uses in the watershed, unquote. And on page 18, quote, to the extent that ongoing sediment discharges will continue to occur, the North Coast Board found that such discharges are necessary to accommodate important economic and social development in the area and are consistent with the maximum benefit to the people of the state, unquote. We strongly disagree with that statement. It is saying that fishermen's economic benefit, and the residents, of course, is to be sacrificed to avoid economic impacts to the timber company. Economic aspects have not been adequately discussed and are incomplete. We don't get to fish until there's a viable population plus a harvestable surplus, as called for in the California Coho Recovery Strategy. The economic benefits of fishing reverberate through the community with suppliers, processors, equipment, tourism, and money spent in town. Having a 14-year timeline to achieve the zero load allocation has immense negative economic implications for the once vigorous salmon fleet and is unrealistic for a robust fishery, recovery of the fishery. The impacts downstream are not conceptual, however. Sediment coming into Humboldt Bay is an ongoing and increasing nuisance condition, ending up under our boats in the navigation channels and in the tidal mixing zone of the estuarine nursery habitat, where anadromous fish get into condition on their way out to the ocean as juveniles and into the river on their way back to reproduce. The muddy plume coming out of Elk River when it rains is quite visible from the air, and it is easy to see the new shoaling in the bay on Google Earth maps. Former port agent for shipping in Humboldt Bay, Mr. Leroy Zerlang, stated that, quote, the sediment coming out of Elk River is phenomenal and is causing massive impacts to navigation in Humboldt Bay, unquote. In fact, he said at a port safety meeting that channel marker 16, just off the mouth of Elk River, will have to be moved due to shoaling from Elk River mouth into the bay. In addition, the Chevron gas dock area just north of the river mouth is filling in, where barges loaded with fuel are towed in and out to unload their cargo. There's a risk of grounding or a tank rupture. You might want to conceptualize that. There's a new shoaling at the inside entrance where boats come around the corner, called Rock and Roll Alley, and between channel marker buoys 10 and 11. Cumulative effects for fish are compounding effects. Small populations of coho persisting in the upper Elk River do not have the numbers to adjust to natural events or survive intense turbidity in a very rainy winter such as we just had. Juvenile salmon moving to the ocean cannot feed well in turbidity levels that are common in Elk River after a couple inches of rain, according to Harvey and White, 2007 and 8. The timber company, HRC, bought cutover lands that need to rest, and it is worth an investment of public money to restore the habitat at a faster rate, subsidizing timber workers' income to accomplish salmon recovery. PCFFA continues to advocate for the state agencies that permitted the previous owner's devastation to contract with the timber company for positive accelerated restoration using known standard techniques as soon as possible. Steelhead and young cutthroat trout young of the year were populations there. They have been observed in Elk River by the sampler Nick Simpson, California Fish and Wildlife, and they need improved habitat in the estuary. It's not known if Chinook are present, but generally the deep pools that they require, that old timers in the river used to fish and swim in, are filled in. We need a robust recovery in order to not lose these fish. Salmon streams like Elk River are critical habitat for salmon recovery within the endangered units. We have a conundrum. The Habitat Conservation Plan is not working to protect fish because it relies on strong WDRs and other regulations being systematically enforced to do so. If TMDLs are to be effective, they need specific, descriptive implementation plans and actions. The PCFFA agrees with sending the WDR back to the regional board to achieve the state board's goals in item number 9 of the resolution. However, the regional board has weakened the WDR at each hearing over the recommendations of their staff by reducing stream buffers, allowing winter logging after 4 days after rain, and at the last hearing for the WDR, changes were made at the last minute that weakened the controls. Changed the designation of the sensitive watersheds to a geologic area, which is not the only factor. Using Elk River to transport waste is not a beneficial use, especially if someone else has to deal with it. The 25% of the sediment, if 25% of the sediment is aggrading the lower channel, the sides of it, and if whether it clears out in the thalweg between storms or with big storms, then 75% of the sediment is passing through to Humboldt Bay, where it causes problems in the tidal mixing zone of the receiving waters and interferes with navigation. It's a nursery. It's one of the biggest estuaries on the coast. It's full of mud. And page 21 of the response to comments, quote, "The recovery assessment and stewardship process are fundamental components of the TMDL program of implementation," unquote. Unquote. Staff states on page 10 that without all the components of the implementation plan, including the stewardship program, a negative load allocation would be necessary to achieve restoration of beneficial uses. To move forward, the current adjustment in leadership in the stewardship program needs a strong non-local mediation team to resolve some of the seemingly irreconcilable differences. I'd like to end my comments with the bottom line from the staff response to comments. Page 19, quote, "The North Coast Board has the authority and duty to regulate discharges of waste within the North Coast region." And page 21, quote, "The North Coast Board has authority that applies generally to protect the beneficial uses of water bodies and prevent nuisance conditions," unquote. So the Elk River is a representative sample of how TMDLs can work. And it won't work without a strong WDR, and it won't work without the lower river programs all working together. So we do support that you adopt the TMDL and your resolution. And we hope that Elk River can be a model for how to achieve restored uses for all users.
Thank you.
And to solve the problem of California's need for water, if we tap Hudson Bay, biggest freshwater body on the West Coast, we could leave more water in the river for salmon. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Mr. Gentry, 5 minutes.
George Gentry, California Forestry Association. I had some really great words that I had written last night. They were fabulous, beautiful to my ear. But I've been on your side.
You have the best words? Is that what you're saying?
I've been on your side of the dais, and I know what's more beautiful to hear when you're a board member. I concur with the statements of Mr. Miles and Mr. Whitlow. They pretty well said everything that I was going to say anyway. We philosophically have issues with bifurcation and the zero load. But I do want to ask one question while I'm up here for clarification on my part. I believe council said that when we're talking about 7, 8, and 9 and the whereases and the number 2 and the therefores, that it doesn't modify the implementation plan, if I heard correctly. The implementation plan says the zero load allocation is necessarily conceptual since using current technology and techniques, no amount of land use restriction can physically result in zero loading of the non-point source sediment, i.e. the control of all natural and anthropogenic sediment delivery from the tributary system. This regulatory loading capacity will guide the program of implementation will be maintained until the sediment loading capacity of the impacted reaches has been expanded. The zero load allocation does not constitute an effluent limitation or a waste load allocation, and the board has discretion on how to implement it in the WDRs, waivers, or other actions to reduce and eliminate waste discharges. If those things are all consistent, then I don't have a final point to make.
Mr. Wells, do you want to say anything?
Sure. So the actual quote that Mr. Gentry was referring to that's in the TMDL refers to both natural sources and anthropogenic sources and groups those together as part of the zero load allocation. What's drafted in finding number 9 refers only to anthropogenic sources of sediment. And that's the distinction that while it's an absolutely true statement to say that it's not possible to control all of the natural loading, I don't believe there's anything in the TMDL that concludes it's not possible to control all of the man-made loading of sediment.
I have a follow-up on that.
Great. We'll move to questions, but I'm going to want to take a break before we finish questions because I want to think about some of it. I want you to get a chance to read those notes, which I think Janine has. So Dee Dee needs to see them. That was the point of copying them. So we'll take a break so she has a chance to see them.
You're finished with the commenters? No other?
No, we're done with the commenters. That's right.
All right.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't say that. For now, the chair wants to say something at the close.
I'm kind of going back and forth, but this is really just more on legal issues for me. So, Mr. Wiles, I think I'm following what you're saying, but if looking at number 8, to the maximum extent feasible, and then the date there, the regional board shall evaluate, by 2031, available information to assess the degree to which the objectives are obtained. You're saying that this is related to both anthropogenic and other sources? And that's how you're able to come to the conclusion that 9 does not change the implementation plan?
So there's actually several different excerpts that taken together inform what's in finding number 9. The one that refers to that I believe you're referring to in finding 8 about to the maximum extent feasible, that's actually more specifically directed at the hill slope targets and the hill slope indicators and the numeric targets in the table, that those need to be applied to the maximum extent feasible to the actual waste discharge requirements. Those are the closest things that are in the TMDL to the things I think people are referring to as specificity. They actually impose or describe much more specific targets that are to be achieved. And in the words of the TMDL, they're to be included in the orders as appropriate and to the maximum extent feasible. So that's where that phrase comes from. The part that Mr. Gentry and Mr. Whitlock were referring to, the distinction there really is on page 6 of the TMDL, and Mr. Gentry read the entire quote there, so I won't reread it unless you'd like me to. But it does say that no amount of land use restriction can result in zero loading of both natural and anthropogenic sediment. Not taking any issue with that whatsoever. What finding 9 refers to is that taken together, the way that we read the TMDL, and I think Mr. St. John confirmed this earlier, is that the anthropogenic portion of that sediment loading can be controlled, and the best reading of the TMDL is that it's designed to be controlled by 2031 at the latest, but that would be the outer edge of, or the outer limit for the time frame to achieve that zero loading from, again, from anthropogenic sources only.
Look, going back to 8, if, and I understand that the language that I was referencing, maximum extent feasible, applies to the hill slope indicators. But what if you have a situation where the only way to meet the zero load by 2031 is to implement these hill slope measures regardless of whether or not they're feasible? Because number 8 is referencing to the maximum extent feasible, again, specifically to hill slope indicators.
Sure. So we might want to ask the regional board to weigh in, but my reading of the TMDL is that the hill slope targets themselves won't be sufficient, even if they were applied throughout, as written, throughout the ownerships of the timber operators. Those by themselves would not be sufficient to achieve the zero load allocation. So I think there's really 2 answers to your question, Board Member Diadamo. The first is, to the extent that they're not feasible in any given area or for any given timber harvest plan, I believe that the TMDL language and the language of the resolution both provide for an opportunity for the regional board to explain that they're not feasible for some reason or not appropriate for some reason, and to substitute some other restrictions in their place.
But then how do you get to zero load? If it's not feasible, you take one measure off. It's not feasible. So you use other measures, but still, if it's not feasible, I imagine that means that there's still a potential for loading.
So I think that there's one piece that hasn't been talked about at this point, which is that the construct of the way I understand it of the 2031 target date is that that is a fallback if there isn't a similar capacity created by downstream efforts, so that there is the ability to revise the TMDL to allow additional loading. And so it's built together.
That's also true, but just to kind of finish the thought if I can.
Sure.
If, timber harvesting is primarily the method for regulating it is management practices. And so these hill slope targets are, they are specific management practices with specific targets. If one or more of them were infeasible for a particular road or a crossing or a skid trail, for example, then the regional board would be looking at other management practices, and the timber companies together would be looking at other management practices to substitute for them. The 2031 timeframe essentially means that they don't have to achieve zero today or tomorrow, but that is the way that we read the TMDL. We're trying to give meaning to the words in the actual TMDL, and so I think Jonathan is right that if they determine that they can't get to zero and they don't create assimilative capacity, then that's going to require either a revision to the TMDL to figure out what they can do, or greater restrictions on timber harvesting if they really can't get there and they don't choose to revise the TMDL.
I'm just not following. If they can't get there, how can greater restrictions on timber harvesting get them there? I'm not objecting to the policy of what you're proposing. I'm just having challenges with the language because it's just reading this, I'm seeing two different things.
Sure.
As some of the commenters have also said, and so I'm just nervous about supporting something that in one paragraph I think it means this, and in another paragraph I think it means something else.
Sure, no, I understand. The second half of my answer, if I can, is that it's not just the hill slope targets that we're relying on. There's other words in the TMDL action plan that refer to, if you give me a moment, other actions to minimize and eliminate waste discharges, and actually that's the primary one, but other actions to minimize and eliminate waste discharges. And so finding number 9 also explains, it's a numbered sentence or clause 3, the WDRs, so this is in addition to the water quality indicators and the hill slope indicators and the numeric targets. In addition to those that are in Table 2, it also says that the waste discharge requirements will contain any additional specific provisions to ensure that all anthropogenic discharges of sediment are minimized and eliminated. So again, the hill slope targets are there. They're to be implemented to the extent feasible, but the way that we read the words in the TMDL, to the extent that they aren't sufficient to achieve zero loading from anthropogenic sources, then the waste discharge requirements would have to contain other provisions as well to get there by 2031 at the latest.
Can you, and this, I think people have used it in different ways, or maybe I'm just hearing it differently. Can you explain what counts as an anthropogenic source? In this case, you have the current timber harvesting. You also have the legacy timber harvesting, which is an ongoing disaster, which logging companies are trying to improve. And so I think what I heard, at least from Mr. Miles, is wanting to get some credit for that. How is that? Are they responsible for everything anthropogenic that's ever happened there? Or is it just for their ongoing? I know that the whole concept, the whole package, and again, we're at a TMDL versus at a WDR phase, and a TMDL isn't supposed to solve everybody's problems to the max. It's supposed to look at a watershed and call it like they see it, and then it's supposed to help provide a vehicle for figuring out how to deal with the sources. In this case, we've got a massive nightmare of a legacy problem, which if the timber companies just poof went away, wouldn't get any better, right? And so that there's just dealing with the reality of that folks are trying to deal with, and pointing to the recovery plan as a way to create more assimilative capacity and deal with the nightmare problem that these folks are dealing with flooding, in addition to fish issues and the like. But can you put anthropogenic in context of what we're saying here?
And I think you created the two major categories, or you identified the two major categories correctly. There are sources from active timber harvesting that's going on now and will go on in the future. Those, any acceleration or additional sediment loading beyond natural background that's caused by current timber harvesting would definitely be considered to be anthropogenic sources. In addition, to the extent that the landscape has already been affected by past practices, and those past practices have resulted in a situation where there is ongoing discharges or future discharges that have been exacerbated beyond natural levels. Those would be considered to be anthropogenic also. And I think the record is very clear, in fact, that Humboldt Redwood Company has done quite a bit of work to go through and inventory those sediment sites. They refer to them as controllable sediment delivery sources, I believe.
Very close, controllable sediment discharge sites.
Thank you. And separate from the waste discharge requirements that are focused primarily on active harvesting, there have been a number of requirements, 2 cleanup and abatement orders that the regional board staff identified in their presentation that Humboldt Redwood Company has been working on and has been going through and looking at those existing sites and has been dealing with them. They still have some to work on still. Not much mention of that in the TMDL itself, but that is work that's pretty clear that's been going on just from the record of the proceeding.
And what are they responsible for controlling?
Well, they're frankly responsible for controlling any amount of discharge that comes off their property that's greater than natural loading. And part of the problem, as was identified, is it's a little bit difficult to distinguish between natural loading and a highly erosive watershed like this. But when you look at the actual sites and you get out on the ground, I think the regional board staff would tell you that they can tell with some degree of certainty which sites were exacerbated by historic logging and which sites really are natural sources of sediment.
No, go ahead, continue, sure. Are there more? Go. And I am, as I said, I am going to want to take a break before we close and have more questions. So,
if I could ask Mr. St. John to answer one question to give me something to ponder during the break.
To do that.
The section that Mr. Gentry quoted on page, I believe it was 6 and 7 of the TMDL, and then also as part of a footnote, I believe it was, on page 11, in referring to the zero load allocation not constituting an effluent limit, yada, yada, the language here reads that the board has discretion on how to implement it in DWRs, waivers, or other actions to minimize and eliminate waste discharges. What was the thinking behind the use of the term minimize and eliminate? To me, applying the engineering rationale instead of legal, perhaps, justification, you either minimize or you eliminate. Why minimize and eliminate?
So it goes with the concept of that to control all non-point sources, it is an adaptive, it takes an adaptive management approach. We implement best management practices, and those should be implemented to the maximum extent feasible. We monitor and assess their effectiveness, and then we refine them. So the concept of minimize and eliminate is that the goal is to eliminate. We're trying to get to a control of all controllable anthropogenic sources. That's the goal. That's consistent with the concept of a zero load allocation. The minimize is the recognition that it's an adaptive process, that in the world of non-point source, there is messiness of determining, it's exactly this point of determining what's anthropogenic and what's natural. So the way that the TMDL program of implementation was structured is that the regulatory piece in the WDRs is to do the best we can to establish the tightest controls possible, that's the maximum extent feasible, this was drafted before our board adopted the WDR, but so then the program of implementation called for reviewing and assessing the effectiveness of those WDRs at a 5-year check-in. And the idea behind that was that we would then adapt and potentially make revisions. So that's the spirit of minimize and eliminate. It's consistent with the goal condition of zero but it's a recognition that that takes, that it's an adaptive and iterative process to achieve it.
I'll have to ponder that.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let's say you have a situation where you're going through this adaptive management process under what you, under what the regional board adopted. At some point, there's a determination, this is a hypothetical situation, at some point there's a determination that it's just not feasible. You also have a 2031 date in your document. What options do you have under what you had presented to us compared to the options that you have now under paragraph 9 in the resolution? This goes to the issue of feasibility.
So I will admit I'm not sure I'm following the question exactly. But part of my response would be to echo what Mr. Bishop said, which is that the 2031 date was actually is linked to the implementation of the restoration actions in the impacted reach. And that 2031 date wasn't limited to the control of all controllable sediment discharges. And as Chair Marcus mentioned, if that can be achieved, controlling the anthropogenic sources prior to 2031, that's gravy, and that's the goal. But as far as the 2031 date, that was based on the implementation of the restoration projects that will come out of the recovery assessment.
Right. So what we're hearing is that the right answer here is to fix the problem and figure out how to get folks focused on that. Absolutely. And hope for that and an optimism. We heard people saying there needs to be more meat. You got to find funding. There's all kinds of things. We put some of our money where our mouth is already because we get everybody's eye should be on the ball of what's the smartest thing for this community. If it were my house that was flooding, I would be just as impatient as everyone else here. But to get that to happen, we've got to have folks focusing on where you're going to get the biggest bang for your buck, which is going to be creating more assimilative capacity too, working together. That's allowable in a TMDL. That is the point of a TMDL. Whether folks want more meat on which bones or less meat on which bones so they can play with it, I mean, that's always going to be the case. But it's a holistic approach for what's going to make improvements in this watershed, right? And in some ways, it's all taken longer, I'm sure, than any of you would like. I can't dig into that. We're here now. And the question is, how do you light a fire under everybody to try and work together? And the person who said you need to get a very strong facilitator for this project couldn't be more right. And that's in everybody's interest.
I'm following, but I think during the break, maybe I need to see the language so I can better connect the dots, because just on its face, again, it makes me nervous because I see one thing that says feasible, another that says it doesn't matter whether or not it's feasible. And this is just being provocative, okay? But what if you have a situation where, and I don't know the financial solvency of either company, but if they right now are undertaking actions to not just deal with their current practices, but historic practices, so there's some, I'm taking them at their word that they're doing good things for the damage from the past, but they get to a point where they see, we don't think it's feasible, and this recovery process the recovery plan is not going well, and it's a dollar and cents thing. I'm nervous about a hard and fast date and whether or not it's feasible that could incentivize them doing the wrong thing, and that is walking away from it. And of course, that would involve, possible, analysis on bankruptcy protection and all that, which we're not here to talk about that. And again, I'm just being provocative that I'm not wanting to set something up that could doom failure for some of those good actions that are going on right now in terms of addressing the historic discharges.
Break. All right. Again, my apologies to people here for the other item. I think we are going to have to talk about how we assess time, because the time we should have those conversations earlier, because I could have told you this would have taken longer, especially because if we had a zillion, it's better we didn't have a zillion people, because people could take the time they needed, but it's complex, so I think we need to be comfortable with what we're doing. So let's take a 15-minute break. That'll give Board Member DiDamo a chance to catch up with us on one of the speakers, and then folks can ask some questions, and I'm sure we'll even have more, and we'll see if people can pull together. If there are any suggestions they want to make, they can make them. So 15 minutes, so people have a chance to talk and think and read.
Is this on the 2-day? I have a suggestion. This is what we used to do with ARB.
We're back again. Sorry. It's 3:10 and we are reconvening. I want to open it to more questions, but I know that the region wanted to give a more full answer to Board Member D'Adamo's question.
So I just wanted to bring all of our attention back to the entire program of implementation. So the WDR piece, as we know, that's the regulation piece, which is all about controlling the controllable sources to the maximum extent feasible. That's what needs to be, I mean, that's an expectation really in all of our waste discharge requirements, right? Mm-hmm. But in this case in particular, because of the conclusion in the TMDL of zero assimilative capacity. And I think in all of the testimony we've heard, there hasn't been disagreement about that piece of zero assimilative capacity. So as far as that one leg of the program of implementation, it's about implementing WDRs to control those controllable sources to the maximum extent feasible. The comments that I made previously in response to your question, that we view that as an adaptive management process. That's why the TMDL called for a 5-year review of the WDRs. So then the other components of the program of implementation, which really Chair Marcus spoke to very well, we really view it as a holistic program to then better evaluate the restoration alternatives. That is the recovery assessment, that's the feasibility study. It's a stakeholder-driven process. All landowners are going to be involved with that. They already are. Just to address one of Mr. Miles's points, he's absolutely correct. We didn't mean to dodge that. HRC has been a good partner in the recovery assessment. They've contributed some matching funds, some in-kind funds to get the recovery assessment off the ground, as well as helping to pay for one of the pilot projects. So it's a stakeholder process. The expectation is that all parties will be involved in contributing both from a technical standpoint as well as contributing some financially. And then the stewardship program, the watershed stewardship program, again, is then takes the results of that recovery assessment and implements them. And yes, there's uncertainty in terms of the long run, exactly how it's going to be paid for. But it is a process. It is a plan. And you know, we stand by that plan, and we think it's a good one. And so our board and our staff, our board worked very hard. We went through a couple of hearings on this TMDL. At the end of the day, you know, we feel very comfortable and confident in this holistic program of implementation. Let's do the regulation to control the sources. Let's invest in further planning and coming up with this comprehensive restoration program, and then implement it through the stewardship program. I hope that helped answer your question.
Yes, it definitely helped, and so did a conversation that I had with Mr. Wiles on a little sidebar. And normally I am not a big fan of taking another document and reiterating all of the specific provisions that various stakeholders and board members think need to be reiterated in a resolution. But
that's usually me.
This is I have an exception to that rule that I'd like to propose for consideration, because as I read through this, I can't help but to be really micro-focused on the one leg of the stool that you're talking about, and that is the regulatory piece, the WDRs. And that causes me, just as one person, to kind of go through here and think, wait a minute, feasible, infeasible, and a deadline, and a construct. I'm concerned that we're not saying exactly what we mean. And once I hear that explanation, and then also Mr. Wiles showed me some of the provisions of the TMDL itself that references these programs, I think that it would be helpful to either have a separate whereas that encourages participation in these programs, and indicates that this is something that we as a state board are hopeful will produce results, or Mr. Wiles and I were looking at some language in whereas 9, and I don't want to get into, be the one suggesting exactly what it should say, but in number 9.4, that references in the absence of a future amendment to the TMDL action plan. As Mr. Wiles talked through this provision, he's been working on this much longer than I have, and he kind of helped to connect the dots that this is the time frame in which hopefully further activity will occur with respect to the stewardship program and the assessment. And so why not just say that, so that we make it clear that this would be the period of time in which there could be an opportunity to provide for additional assimilative capacity through this other approach. So Mr. Wiles, I don't know if you have some language yet.
Do you want to, you want him to read it, but I want to make sure anybody who has other things too, so that you can put stuff up. You can say it. I'm just saying, let's not get it all up on the screen and do the editing, because and maybe that is the only issue. I just want to make sure that my other colleagues have a chance to ask other questions they wanted clarification on, or from staff or from anybody else you've heard from, just to get them all up on deck.
I think based on the conversation today, and based on what seems to be at least some confusion in terms of the regional board's intention with respect to the zero allocation and their implementation, I would like to maintain the language in in whereas 9 and resolve 2, but I am open to the additional language board member Diadamo suggested, because I believe that is also reflected in the TMDL.
Okay. Okay, let me toss one more thing out. It's not a change, but something I want you to clarify. We've heard people who want it remanded, folks who want 5 years before reviewing the WDR. We've given a pretty long time to reconsider the WDRs. I'm assuming that if the regional board could do it faster, this would be a normal thing since the TMDL is the umbrella into which the WDRs fit. I'm going to spit all this out and then you can tell me if I'm right or wrong or say it more efficiently. And I can understand why some folks want things to happen tomorrow right away and get it fixed. There are different things that people want. And I understand all of that. It strikes me as logical as opposed to not sending it to say, take a look in light of what we said, would you change the WDRs to make them consistent? That seems to make sense versus acting as if we didn't change the WDR and then the petitions, I presume, would not be in abeyance anymore and we'd have to do a whole bunch of process on those WDRs that were based on the earlier version of the TMDL. I think waiting 5 years is too long because we are actually clarifying the TMDL. It all may not take that long, but there are a whole bunch of different things that people have asked for. So can you put a little bit of context on the, you've got whatever it is, a year and a half to redo to take a look at the WDRs, but I'd sort of like something or as quickly as possible or something like that, because there are a lot of people who've been waiting for a really long time. It does seem that still is going to take less time than having people decide what to do with their petitions in abeyance without, it just seems logical to let the regional board look at it, but a year and a half is kind of a long time. I don't want to say make it shorter if there's no way to do it, but I certainly want to strongly encourage being able to deal with whatever adjustments they think are necessary and then let the process continue so that you're not keeping people from appealing on both sides. Just the logistics of it all in terms of trying to be as quick as possible without cutting off people's right to consider their options.
Right, and I think you identified it correctly. The general concept here is that the TMDL is the general rulemaking by the regional board. The subsequent waste discharge requirements are the more specific application of those rules to the timberland owners. And so it makes sense to have a clear understanding as to what the TMDL actually requires before you go forward and adopt the waste discharge requirements. One of the main things that this board, if it took up those petitions in the future, those petitions for review of the regional board waste discharge requirements, one of the main things that this board would be looking at is, do the waste discharge requirements properly implement the TMDL? And so I know there was a concern that the proposed resolution sort of decides that question in advance. I don't really see it that way. I think what it does, what the proposed resolution really does is it explains what we think the TMDL really says and directs the regional board to go back and take another look at the WDRs to make sure that those WDRs really do implement the TMDL that they adopted. As far as the timing, I really don't have a strong sense as to whether the regional board could get through the process of reviewing those waste discharge requirements sooner. I think that would be a question that would be appropriately directed to Mr. St. John. I know they have a lot of other things on their plate, but I couldn't tell you what those things are with the same staff. And I do understand, and I think it's pretty clear that things have gone on long enough that the faster we can get some real action going, the better. So that makes perfect sense to me. We did not propose to disrupt the other provisions in the TMDL. We're leaving, I mean, we're really not disrupting any provision. So the 5-year check-in on the waste discharge requirements, that would still be in effect. But that would come then essentially sooner because it's 2020, excuse me. Thank you. The check-in on the waste discharge requirements is 2021. That's fixed in the TMDL. So to the extent that they revise their waste discharge requirements in early 2019, then that would mean that it would be more like a 3-year check-in to see how effective they're being. So we're not proposing to change those dates at all, but it would mean it'd be a sooner, earlier check-in based on the revised waste discharge requirement.
But it's not necessarily an assessment of how they're doing. It's a check-in to see if it needs to be revised based on our decision.
No, let me be clear
Or
about
you
that.
think
So-
it's bigger than that?
Yeah, so
Okay, so this was good.
the direction in the the direction in the resolution, number 2, directs the regional board to, by January 2019, review and revise their waste discharge requirements and adopt any other orders that they think are necessary to implement the TMDL. That's a brand new date that doesn't exist in the TMDL today. That's just straight direction from the state board to the regional board.
Right.
Okay. The TMDL itself has
Right.
a couple of check-in dates. And so the 2021 really is a focus on not whether it's consistent with the TMDL, it's a focus on
Whether it's effective or not.
Precisely.
And do they want to revise it? Right. It doesn't change that.
Correct.
But this date that we're putting in is review it in light of the TMDL changes or clarifications.
Exactly right.
Right. And that conceivably could happen faster than a year and a half.
That's right also. I think that would be something
I get that they have a lot on their plate. That's always the case. I would want it prioritized just so that folks get the clarity on both sides that they need. So I'm just expressing discomfort at how long that timeline is to review a clarification.
Got it. And so maybe what would make sense is to not make it just a deadline, but make it as something which you suggested, I believe, which is as soon as possible, no later than.
Yeah,
but it might
that's
be useful.
better.
It might be useful also to get sort of an expectation from the regional board about how quickly they could do it.
So if directed by the state board to do this review, we're going to do that carefully and with attention. And the understanding number 2 with regard to incorporating specific provisions that implement the hill slope indicators and targets, that's actually, from my standpoint, is relatively straightforward. And we can do that, I think we could do that relatively quickly. The third understanding is contain additional specific provisions to ensure that all anthropogenic discharges of sediment are minimized and eliminated. So that's additional provisions, and just based on our experience, it took from the time that we noticed the WDR the first time to the time it was adopted, that was just in the public review and revision and board adoption process was a year. So, so based on experience, I was just giving ourselves 18 months to build in adequate time to work with and let's be clear that it's 2 companies, HRC and Green Diamond, so it's 2 permits. But I'm completely comfortable with language that would say, by this date or as soon as, or sooner if possible. That would be fine.
There are no perfect choices. That's where I started, is just trying to figure out the cascade of events that take place. All right.
I asked Board Member Diadamo for clarification. The additional language that you were thinking of, with that, could you be more specific? Is it specifically directed to the Elk River Recovery Assessment and the Stewardship Program, or are there other efforts that you want to mention and encourage participation in?
Well, we never, during the break, I don't think we arrived at a conclusion as how best to accomplish it, whether it's by inserting something in paragraph 9 or having a freestanding. So I'd like to hear from Mr. Wiles.
Actually, let me,
Now I'm sorry I interrupted that.
But was it to those efforts that you were referring?
Yes.
Okay, that was my question, because then my suggestion, if I may, would be to create a new whereas, because I don't think we currently have a whereas that addresses the issue that some, especially the residents, have raised regarding the lower Elk River. And the regional board, I believe, has committed to determining or to making some sort of evaluation as to whether or not a TMDL would be needed for the lower Elk, I think within 5 years. And I believe that was based upon, hopefully, information that you will get from the Elk River Recovery Assessment and the Watershed Stewardship Program. So I think it would be good to include a whereas acknowledging those efforts, acknowledging the regional board's commitment to evaluate the need for a lower Elk River TMDL, and then a resolve directing some sort of a check-in within, I'd say, 18 months or so, which is sooner than the January 2019 deadline, with respect to those efforts, how the participation is going, how the collaboration is going, and how that might feed into the regional board's evaluation of the necessity for a lower Elk River TMDL.
But aren't those two different things?
Yeah, there may be some
Those are two
confusion on
different
that. We
things.
could maybe get a map back up
Because
on
the
the
recovery
screen.
is still in the upper, it's just the lower part of the upper, as opposed to the lower.
Right.
The lower is different.
The impacted
Below
reach
the thing.
is, like you're saying, the impacted reach is actually in the upper portion, the portion where the TMDL, this TMDL addresses.
That this TMDL addresses.
Why don't I go ahead and read some language to see, I think we've got something that actually does both of what Board Member Diadamo had asked for. And I could read that to you now. I don't have it to put on the screen, so I'll read very slowly. This would be in addition to resolution finding number 9, and it would be inserted on the third to last line. This is the fourth numbered clause, which currently reads, in the absence of a future amendment to the TMDL action plan. At that point, I would insert the following, including an amendment based on successful implementation of the Watershed Stewardship Program, resulting in expanded sediment loading capacity in the impacted reach, and then continue with the existing language in finding number 9. So sort of mentioning and putting some emphasis on the other leg, if you will, of the stool and how we're going to get to zero loading, or be able to relax the zero loading based on additional assimilative capacity. So that would be one proposed addition. I could reread it if you'd like. The second one would be a new paragraph under the therefore be it resolved. And I think we would probably make this a new number 3. And it would read, recognizes the value of the Watershed Stewardship Program and its opportunity to restore natural river functions and improve assimilative capacity, and encourages full participation by all stakeholders in the Watershed Stewardship Program.
You added something about reporting back to us on it, an update on it, or can that just be in direction to you all to get a calendar? Usually have an opinion about that.
I think we can just make it part of the motion, just general direction.
Right. I mean, I'd love that sooner than 18 months. I'd love that in 6 months, because presumably by then you'll have a new head and all of that. I think we just have to stay on this.
So we do have every 6 months for written updates. We could do, we could add written updates on its progress and the progress of the Watershed Stewardship Program.
What is its?
That refers to as currently written, that refers to the regional board's progress to review the WDRs.
Okay.
So we would be changing direction number 2 in the second to last line. After it says written updates on its progress, insert the words, and the progress of the Watershed Stewardship Program.
Okay, I like both of those, and I'd be prepared to make a motion.
I actually have one more.
Sorry, okay.
And this would be putting some words to the idea of January 2019 is the outermost date, and it should be sooner if possible. This addition would be in the third to last line of paragraph number 2 under therefore be it resolved. and after the word completed, inserting the words as expeditiously as possible, but, and then continuing with the existing words no later than January 2019, so that the full clause would be shall be completed as expeditiously as possible, but no later than January 2019.
Okay. And then on the 6-month written progress report, Board Member Tadamo, I always say add too much E in it. Can you add to your motion also that at some point in this period, we'll have an update before the board? It can be after, in 6 months, maybe the first 6 months. Written on the first 6-month written report.
Sure, that's part of the motion, sure.
Just in the motion, you don't have to put it in here.
And since we're making requests of Board Member Diadamo, could you also add to your motion direction to staff to update the response to comment on page 12 in responding to the comment from HRC regarding the so-called guidance that was discussed at the WQCC. We heard on the record Mr. St. John's response to that.
The part I'm unclear about is reporting back on.
Well, we put in that there's a written report every 6 months on their progress, and just in the motion, I just want to direct staff to schedule it for an oral update after the first 6 months. We can decide if we need again. I just want to keep our laser light on this.
Okay.
Our illumination light.
Okay, so
Laser's fine with me.
Before making the motion, I just would like to state for the record that I received Christy Wrigley's written comments that she used to make her oral comments, and that I read them during the break, and thank you for a copy of this. I was able to hear the tail end of the comments, but not the first part. So I'd like to move adoption of the resolution under item 7 with the inclusion of, do we need to read them again into the record, or is everyone comfortable with just me referencing? Okay, with the inclusion of a new item 3 that refers to the value of the watershed stewardship program and encouraging full stakeholder participation. And then the changes to whereas 9 sub 4, again referencing the watershed stewardship program. And then in therefore be it resolved 2, the language that Mr. Wiles read into the record as expeditiously as possible, but no later than January 2019, with respect to the revisions of the WDR.
Right, and the addition of reporting on progress of the WSP.
I'm sorry, say that again?
He had 2 changes to that, whereas there's also this one right here.
Oh, and the progress of
Just so
the
that's part of the report.
Yes. And then in addition, as part of the motion, to direct staff to provide a report back to the board after receiving the first written report update at 6 months. And then direction to staff to update the response to comments on page 12 in response to HRC regarding guidance at WQCC. or regarding supposed guidance.
Board Member Diadamo, I have one more, which is, you'll recall at the beginning of this item up on the screen, I had proposed adding, after each reference to waste discharge requirements
Yes.
in finding number 9 and 2, and any other orders, as was presented on the screen.
Yes, we'll include that as well.
I will second that motion.
Right. Further discussion, questions, comments?
Just to acknowledge the difficulty of these issues, really, and the appreciation of the stakeholders coming out and hopefully reaffirming their commitment to the stewardship program and processes that can hopefully actually address these issues in a more comprehensive way throughout the watershed.
Right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 It carries. Thank you all. I know everybody's walking away not getting everything they asked for, but I think we've made progress here, and we'll all stay on it, pinky packed with each other. This is a big deal. So thank you all.
Thank you very
Oh,
much.
Mr. Noren, Board Chair, would you like to say anything? Sorry. Chair's prerogative to close it out.
And it will be extremely short. Thank you for that comment, though. I really appreciate Chair Marcus, all the board members, staff, our staff, and the people that commented here today. The elk is a very important watershed in our region. The work here today was outstanding. So thank you very much, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for all your hard work to come. All right, item number 8. I just have a quick question and sort of hi there. Hi. How long you think your presentation is?
Very short. I designed it to be like 5 slides and then to allow you to ask if you want more details or just get the testimony started.
No, that sounds great. I just have my first speaker is going to have to catch a plane. If your presentation is short, we will get to him. And I'll ask that we hold our questions on your presentation so that he can speak.
Great.
Mr. Johnson. So,
no introduction. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Marcus, members of the board. My name is Nick Martirano. I'm a senior scientist at the Division of Water Quality. With me today is Stacy Gillespie from the Office of Chief Counsel. To her left is Rebecca Fitzgerald, my section chief, and to her left, Karen Larson, the Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality. We're here to present item number 8, which are the bacteria provisions. They involve an addition to the Inland Surface Waters Enclosed Bays and Estuaries Plan of California and an amendment to the California Oceans Plan that also includes a water quality standards variance policy. These documents were released for public review and comment on June 30th, and staff held a workshop on July 10th to hear initial preliminary comments from stakeholders and to help them formulate their written response to comments. Next slide, please. Or is there a... Jungle.
Sorry.
Okay, just to brief purpose of the meeting is just to go over a brief overview of the provisions. Then we will hear oral comments, or the board will hear oral comments on the proposed provisions. Staff is here to provide clarifications or responses as requested. No formal action will be taken today. The written comment period does end on August 16th at noon. And the consideration for adoption is scheduled for December 5th. I'm showing this slide here because it's really the basis for the bacteria provisions. This is the EPA's 2012 recommended recreational water quality criteria. They based it on newer epidemiological studies. They came up with 2 bacteria indicators. They recommended for freshwater either using E. coli or Enterococcus, and for marine waters Enterococcus only. They proposed 2 illness rates. One they found was consistent with the 1986 criteria, that's on the left, and a more conservative number on the right based on 32 per 1,000 primary contact recreators. They also provided 2 values, a geometric mean value as well as a statistical threshold value. And they required that you define the duration and frequency of exceedance. This project was brought to the state board because it was identified as part of the Basin Planning Roundtable. The regions really wanted us to take the lead on this, and basically the regions as a whole have different varying updates within their basin plans. The bacteria has been updated in 1976, 1986, and then this is the newest one, 2012, and the regional boards have varying iterations of those. So this really allows us to take it on a statewide objective and supersede the Rec 1 objectives for the regions instead of them each having to take a basin plan amendment process. So again, these will supersede the regional board basin plans where a conflict exists. There are 4 main elements of the provisions themselves. The first is a definition of limited Rec 1 or limited Rec 1 uses. That's defined basically as Rec 1 is limited by physical conditions such as low water and or lack of access where consumption of water is infrequent or incidental. The second is the actual objectives themselves. They will be applicable to all Rec 1 waters. We define that E. coli is for freshwater and Enterococcus is for marine or saline waters. We use the more conservative illness rate to be more protective of human health, and we also define the averaging period to determine compliance. The third element are the implementation provisions. These are specific to bacteria and the Rec 1 use. It really is intended to be an identification of all the options available to the regional boards. It's not prescriptive. They're really just tools that are already existing, and we're trying to allow for the plans to be as comprehensive as possible to outline the tools that are available and already in use in several cases. The first one of those addresses natural sources of bacteria within the context of a TMDL, and they allow for 2 different approaches to alter the exceedance frequency of the statistical threshold value. The second are related to the Rec 1 use themselves, and they allow for the suspension of the use during high flows, during specific requirements or conditions, including high velocity and high flow where Rec 1 would be unsafe. The second is a seasonal suspension, and that would occur in areas where the water would freeze, for example, and you couldn't recreate in the water, or if there was severe drought and there was no water there to recreate in. And then the fourth element is a water quality standards variance policy, which really is just the identification of a current federal regulatory framework, which is outlined in 40 CFR 131.14. It is applicable to any water quality standard, which is why it's kind of separate from the bacteria provisions. It actually applies to bacteria and any other water quality standard. Here are the proposed objectives. You see the top line is for freshwaters, except Lake Tahoe. Lake Tahoe is an outstanding national water resource due to its purity and clarity and its deep blue color, and therefore it has a lower illness rate and a lower value. And you can see that in the middle there. And then the last one is for saline waters and marine waters based on Enterococcus. You can see the geometric mean that it would apply as a 6-week rolling geometric mean calculated weekly. And there's also a statistical threshold value not to be exceeded more than 10% of the time calculated monthly. So that concludes the presentation. If you'd like more detail, I have extra slides, but in the extent of time, we can go ahead and get started if you'd like.
I think maybe we should let Mr. Johnson speak so that he doesn't get increasingly nervous about making his plane. And then I will feel the tension in the room and be distracted worrying about his plane. So let's do that. And then I would like to hear a little bit about feedback you've gotten on it.
Sure.
Just a little bit about what you've heard. And then we have a number of speakers we'll get right to. Mr. Johnson, 3 minutes if you don't mind.
No, not at
all.
all.
Is that all right?
Thank you, Chair Marcus, board members, for letting me go first. Thanks for everyone behind me that I'm skipping ahead of. I appreciate that very much.
Of course.
My name is Stephen Johnson, and I'm the Water Resources Policy Analyst for Heal the Bay. Thank you for the opportunity to give testimony. I'm speaking on behalf of California Coastkeeper Alliance as well, who also will be engaging on the proposed bacteria provisions as they move forward. We look forward to submitting our full set of comments in the coming weeks, but wanted to set up a precursory group of concerns. In general, we're concerned that the bacterial provisions seem more compliance-oriented, as opposed to being based on public health. For example, some of the provisions seem only to make it easier for monitoring and reporting, possibly at the expense of protection of public health and overall water quality. More specifically, there are concerns with placing Enterococcus as the sole indicator of bacteria for marine waters. Looking at Heal the Bay's beach report card this summer since April 2017, 50% of our fecal coliform samples for the Santa Monica Pier were over the limit, while only 2% of the intro samples exceeded standards. Moving north to Santa Cruz, Cowell Beach exceeded standards for fecal coliform 13 out of 18 samples, while intro exceeded only once. We see a similar pattern in popular beaches up and down the California coast. We're worried the correlation simply isn't there. We realize there's a thought that sampling solely for intero could cost coastal counties less money and provides an easier way to compliance, but this isn't the case. On the coast, monitoring funding is paid through a regulatory process, and volunteer monitoring is done when money is allocated to counties. The offset of one standard will not in itself increase monitoring frequency or special cover. Heal the Bay is concerned that public health will take the hit with the easier pathway to compliance. Heal the Bay and California Coastkeeper Alliance are also concerned with the possibility of bodies of water newly being designated as limited water contact recreation, which was mentioned before. If rivers and streams that are channelized and barricaded have a lower bacteria standard, the arrangement seems ripe for abuse. In some cases, building a fence might create an easier route to compliance. Also, these channelized streams and rivers must leave their protective fences, all while carrying their increased bacterial load at some point. Who's responsible when and where this happens? In consideration of these issues, Heal the Bay looks forward to working with the State Board and the State Board staff in the months to come. We also appreciate the State Board's extensive work on this so far. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Sure, thank you. Just a quick question on the first one. Can you guys explain, in being briefed on this and hearing about it over time, I've never heard anybody suggest that ease of compliance is the way to do it. I know this issue has been around, but how do you answer that concern? I know we'll have time, but I'd just like to know right now.
Sure. Well, first I'd say that the Title 17 standards for beach notifications, which include fecal and total coliform numbers, as far as beach notification values, would still be in existence and still in the ocean plan. They just wouldn't be tied with this project because they're not really Rec 1 and necessarily related to our objectives, but those would still remain in place. EPA recommended that basically Enterococcus and E. coli are a refinement of total and fecal coliform. Originally it was a total coliform number, and then it was refined to a fecal number.
Right.
And then it was refined again in '86 to be E. coli and Entero because they're just better indicators of actual coliform types that link
Could
to
make you sick.
illnesses. Right. And there's even more science coming out later, that's going to allow you to actually genetically type the type of bacteria, so it's one that's going to actually cause you sick. So I'd say that Enterococcus is a more appropriate indicator, which has been supported by epidemiological studies, and that in the cases of beaches and Title 17 beaches, that they would still be required to sample and report on fecal and total coliform.
So where in saline environments would only go to Enterococcus under this proposal?
Go ahead.
No, that's not correct.
I'm just trying to understand the issue he's raising, just so I can understand it as we go through the process.
So currently, our standards don't include total fecal ratio for our Rec 1, but they are part of the requirements under the Beach Water Quality Act that need to be sampled, and that there are beach closures based on those.
Right.
Those will continue, and those don't change. So
what does change?
That is correct. That the notifications remain, but in the ocean plan right now, there are total and fecal numbers in the ocean plan for Rec 1.
Excuse me, I misspoke. So what we'll be doing is changing our standard to meet the EPA standard for essentially for determination if you're meeting the water quality standard. There is a different standard for beach closure in California, which is adopted by the legislature.
All right. We're going to have to focus on that issue, so I totally understand the reason why. I understand the testing issues. There were people like them, but I don't totally understand it. I thought I did. I don't. So I'm going to want to focus on all of that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. Do you want to talk a little bit about the feedback, or would you rather we just went through the
Sure. I mean,
comment?
we held the staff workshop. It was a little bit over 2 hours, pretty well attended. There was some discussion on UAAs and what that entailed, because those suspensions of Rec 1, as well as the designation of limited Rec 1, would require a use attainability analysis and approval by EPA. So that was discussed. That limited Rec 1 is only in existence in Region 4, but we wanted to include it in our inland surface water enclosed base estuaries plan just as an option that's available. Sure. So there was some clarification on that, as well as there was
any guidance we can give on when it's appropriate, when it's not, because that I think is there's a fear on the one side, and then we've been through it in Santa Ana about how impossible it seems to be. So.
And part of it is you have to protect your downstream uses in addition to it. So that's part of the UA process. There was also quite a bit of discussions on the provisions, the implementation provisions, which I tried to emphasize in a very quick manner, that those are just really options. We're not being prescriptive. We're not suggesting that the regions go out there and start suspending their uses or start in undertaking a natural source exclusion approach or a reference system anti-degradation approach. We talked a little bit more about those in detail, where they've been done. They've really been done and vetted in Los Angeles, in the Los Angeles region. They're really on the forefront as it relates to bacteria and bacteria control. So we really were just trying to cohesively document all those options that have been implemented in the past, and allow that like a one-stop shop within our water quality control plan. There was some concern raised about compliance with stormwater, which is really outside the scope a little bit, because we're not really intending to change compliance. We're just altering the objectives themselves.
Anything else?
No. Just waiting to hear what everybody else wants to share with us.
Okay, terrific. All right. All right, I've got 3, 4, and 5 minute requests. Try to stick to 3. I was flexible in that last one beyond, because you just had people who had been working on it for years and they didn't go too far over it. But let's set it for 3 so people know when 3 minutes have passed, and try to keep it to that. We have found that 3 minutes is actually the most effective amount of time to talk on, especially when we're not coming to a decision on you're flagging the issues for us. So I have Meg Leahy from the Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center, followed by Bill Thomas for Centennial Ranch, followed by Geoff Brousseau for Casqua, and Ashley Desai for Casqua. Actually, Larry Walker Association for Casqua. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you all briefly. I'm Meg Leahy with the Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center, also known as CSERC, out of Twain Harte and Tuolumne County. We're a nonprofit environmental organization that works to protect water, wildlife, and wild places in the northern Yosemite region. As part of our center's efforts, our staff has conducted water quality monitoring for nearly a decade in Rec 1 designated streams and rivers on national forest lands, specifically monitoring bacteria impairment in areas of the forest heavily used by livestock grazing. Our center supports the State Water Board proposing a more streamlined approach to monitoring bacteria and are in support of many of the proposed provisions, which I'm not going to go into what we support. I'll just highlight what we're concerned about.
Great.
For one, our center disagrees with the proposed limited Rec 1 designation based on very low water flow depths. Thinking about water depths in terms of rivers and streams in our region, water depth is a highly variable condition within a water body segment and within an entire water body. We urge the board to clarify how a beneficial use designation based on water depth would be feasibly implemented when water depth can vary over space, seasonally, from year to year, and how that designation would work.
Well, and folks could have contact with low water depth.
Right.
So.
And that's one of my next points too. Definitely. Our center does not support the 6-week rolling average to calculate the geometric mean for Rec 1. Using a 6-week rolling average may not accurately reflect surges or pulses in contamination, especially when bacteria pollution comes from non-point sources like livestock grazing, which can be highly variable week to week. So we propose maybe a 4-week rolling average instead of a 6-week. In terms of some of the tools Nick mentioned in the implementation provisions, our center does not support the seasonal suspension of Rec 1, being based on low water flows or low water temperatures. In our region, anglers, hikers, and swimmers recreate in mountain streams and rivers driven by snowmelt, which can be very low water temperature. And backpackers, hikers, and campers utilize water bodies with both low water flows and low water temperatures to not only drink from, but also to rinse their hands, rinse their face, bathe in, soak in, and wash their dishes in. So based on these examples, water bodies with low water flows and low water temp are just very much used by water contact recreators and do not warrant suspension of Rec 1 status. And then also, while our center supports approaches to determine natural and anthropogenic sources of bacteria within a water body as part of the TMDL process, our center urges the board to clearly define these types of sources in the plan. Specifically, our staff would like clarification from the board on the definition of livestock grazing on public lands. We assume that you also define livestock grazing on public lands as an anthropogenic source, since livestock are not a natural component of California's ecosystems, but we'd like that clarified. I had more to say, but it'll be in our written comments, and I thank you for your time.
No, thanks a lot for flagging that. It's really helpful to get it all early. All right, Mr. Thomas, speaking of livestock grazing as an anthropogenic source.
Yes, it is. Bill Thomas, speaking for our operations on the east side of the Sierras in the Lahontan Basin, the Centennial livestock. We have been frustrated in dealing with the pathogen standards of the Lahontan region for some 36 years that I can target. The standards in Lahontan had their birthright out of some Tahoe standards that set 20 fecal coliform per 100 standards, and that existed for some time. And then without much notice, some 20 years ago, Lahontan then treated that as their basin-wide standard for all waters. And we have been struggling with this standard. The regional board in our annual waivers have an interim standard of 200, and that's what we've operationally been dealing with, as we have been hoping for EPA to set a standard across this nation, and in turn, your board to set a standard across all the regions. So as to the proposal in front of us, we certainly support you're being guided by EPA, switching to E. coli, which is a much better standard to use. We support a spatial provision for Lake Tahoe, to take that issue off the table. The EPA said or suggested either 100 or 126 for the E. coli standard, both of which were deemed public health protective. You have opted to use the 120. We would suggest the 126 is more reasonable to use in these very distant waters where cattle and other things are used. We'll continue to make that suggestion, but we sure like 100 over the 20 that we've had. It's interesting to me. So I'm heavily supportive, but there's an issue that is still looming out there that Stacy and I were talking earlier, and that is you're providing this standard for Rec 1 waters. I'm going to borrow another 30 seconds.
No, sure, go ahead.
For Rec 1 waters. I think what you've let the Lawton staff talk into is leaving them to set a TMDL standard that is more stringent than that for Rec 2 waters, because you haven't taken a position on Rec 1. We will continue to talk with your staff and with you as you finalize that. We're generally supportive, but I think we still have one more issue there that we need clarification on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rousseau? I know I've known you 5 years, but I always mispronounce one or the other, both of your names. I apologize.
It's the story of my life.
It's hard because it makes you want to say it in a package that might be different.
I was going to change my name
I did
at
that
21.
too. There's someone else I do that to every time. Anyway, sorry. Oh, Danielle Blassett. Her name should be Blassett. It just sounds so good with Danielle.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'd like that.
I'll talk to her mother about it. Yeah, call her mother.
Quickly, Jeff, start.
I sympathize with the name issues.
All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Brasso, for the record. Thank you for the opportunity to comment to you today, so late in the day. And we're going to do sort of a little tag team. I'm going to just provide some context, and then Ashley Desai, who works for Larry Walker Associates and a regulatory consultant, is going to talk about some of the details. Maybe just let me set the stage here first and then go from there. CASCA sees it as important to recognize that meeting fecal indicator bacteria objectives during wet weather is one of the largest challenges facing stormwater permittees in the state. Control measures that reduce bacteria levels in stormwater to meet the proposed objectives are generally not available for various reasons, and capturing, infiltrating, and storing water for use is not feasible in all areas of the state. Additionally, recent work in San Diego indicates that addressing fecal indicator bacteria in stormwater runoff may not address many human sources of bacteria that are more likely to cause illnesses you already discussed. And the science and information on best mechanisms to protect public health while recreating is rapidly evolving, and it's challenging for the regulatory process to keep up. As a result of this current situation, CASCA would like to support the State Water Board's efforts to update the state's bacteria objectives and the variance policies. So we are generally supportive. We do, however, have a few comments that we feel if they are addressed would support more effective implementation. Of course, I often talk to you about the fact that we see ourselves as practitioners, talking to you as planners and decision makers about what might actually work a little bit better out in the field, and this is one of those cases. To this point, we have comments in two areas that Ashley will detail, and then a request. Those two areas are one, in making the tools provided in the provisions available and usable for everyone, and she'll describe what we mean by available and usable for everyone. and then take the opportunity to address remaining issues with the recreation objectives that could prevent effective implementation of those provisions. So again, trying to maybe be a little more proactive in addressing things now, but before they come back to us later on and say, gosh, we got a problem here. We need to step back. And then in terms of requests, if the issues that Ashley details aren't able to be addressed now, we would like to understand how these would be addressed during implementation itself, and what the plans are for moving forward to address those concerns later on. So it's kind of a phasing question or phasing request at some point too. So that's it. I can turn it over to Ashley to give you some details.
Great, thanks.
Sure.
Just as high.
Thanks, Jeff. For the record, my name is Ashley Desai. I'm with Larry Walker Associates, and I'm here supporting CASWA. As Jeff said, I think in general, we really appreciate all the work and all the, particularly the implementation provisions that are being made available that have been used in certain areas of the state, but not been broadly available to everyone. So we really appreciate that and the concept of making those more consistent across the state. But there's a few things about that we think will be challenging for implementation. So the first is that the reference reach anti-DAG approaches and natural sources is only allowed to be used when there's a TMDL. And you have a lot of stormwater agencies who are developing these stormwater management plans and trying to proactively address impairments such as bacteria, and you would basically be holding those guys to a higher bar unless they went and did a TMDL when we're trying to avoid a TMDL. So we're hoping that if we can find a way to have another sufficient technical analysis other than just a TMDL and allow other dischargers to use them even if there isn't a TMDL. The second thing I think gets to the use of these suspensions in the limited Rec 1. I think we think there are ways to provide some basic guidelines or thresholds which will support consistent application. So an example would be, can we define a velocity that is considered unsafe to use for a high flow suspension, and then the state boards or the regional boards can apply that to their water bodies and determine what that means for the individual water bodies, but set some guidelines, and then I think that will help.
Or just so folks aren't spending their time spinning their wheels coming up with different velocities for what's unsafe.
Yeah, exactly.
And then depend on the water body, maybe complicated to do, but I see the point you're asking for.
Yeah, and I think it would help on the low flow side too, to avoid some of these concerns about, somebody saying that, a foot of water is a low flow suspension. No, it's, really low depth or no water is what we're talking about when we're talking about a seasonal suspension on the other side. So I think it would help on both concerns from both sides. We also have concerns about the requirement to do a UAA and think that there's precedent in Santa Ana where they didn't do a UAA, and that we shouldn't require that. We should allow the regional boards to decide what level of analysis should be required to do the suspensions. And the final thing on making the tools available, we'd like a little bit more discussion about the risk aspect of the EPA criteria, because I think that'll allow regional boards to use science more effectively, to use alternative indicators that might be more representative of actually protecting human health. Human markers is another thing a lot of people are using to be able to really focus implementation. So we'd like some more discussion of risks to allow the regional boards to have that flexibility for alternative indicators.
So more discussion of risk that's already in the EPA, evaluate, like lift more and put it in, or summarize it, or?
Yeah, so from our perspective, and I don't know if staff would agree with it, but from our perspective, the EPA criteria are actually more of a risk level, and then that's interpreted as these E. coli and Enterococcus objectives. So ideally, we would love to see a risk objective that the default is the interpretation into these indicator bacteria, but then any regional board can say this alternative indicator matches that risk level. And so therefore we can use this other indicator. I've talked to John quite a bit about this, and I think that's going a little farther than we can go right now, but at least if we acknowledge that the objectives were really that risk level, so that the regional boards can use that when developing site-specific objectives.
So I'd be happy to when you're done, to talk more about that, if the board would like.
Yeah. So that was kind of the first level. The second one, I think, we also agree that the REC 2 is a concern and that that's inconsistently applied and could kind of trump some of these tools that are put in for REC 1. So we need to address that at some point. We also share concerns about these, the conflict between the indicator bacteria in the human health beach posting. The California Department of Public Health Ocean Plan beach posting objectives and what that's going to mean for folks, because there's different indicators. And so when we get to implementing and doing TMDLs, if we end up complying with an enterococcus objective, but then it's posted, how's that going to play out? So we'd like that to try to be resolved.
Yeah, that's on my list too, but it's going to be whatever's most protective.
That's okay. I think as long as it's clear. And I think the science right now is supporting the enterococcus, so that's, and so that's one thing. And then the final thing we have is a request to actively think about the implementation and the analysis of these objectives in wet versus dry weather. So we tend to set objectives and not really analyze the differences in how they should be applied during dry and wet weather, and then we end up leaving that for the regional boards to sort of figure out. So examples include, is wet weather included in the geometric mean calculations or not? And then ideally we would like us to start thinking about it all the way from the beginning in the 13241 analysis, because I think there's different reasonably foreseeable methods of compliance. There's also a lot of times science being developed just based off dry weather data that then gets applied to the wet weather. So we'd like, we know it's a little late in this process, but definitely moving forward, but definitely thinking about how it's implemented would be really helpful. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks.
So the, Nick will jump in if I'm overstating, so I appreciate.
And Nick is in charge of monitoring you.
Yeah,
today.
And somebody needs to be.
Well,
so,
you know, that's right. We should be assigning someone every day. I just forget to do it.
Yeah, exactly. So the EPA standards have been and continue to be based on a certain illness rate. And over time, those indicators and the numbers in those indicators have been refined based on new epidemiological studies. So what Ashley is suggesting is that as we move forward, folks are doing epidemiologic studies right now. We just completed one last year, I think, for San Diego on wet weather impacts to surfers, looking at wet weather and looking at the folks that are in the water the most.
Also recognizing the fact they're the ones who run out when there's a storm because that's when the waves are. Yeah.
Exactly. And
well, that's evolved. That we finally have dealt with the most important indicator species out there. Thank you.
Exactly, the surfer. And
lifeguards too.
And what they found is that they could have the same illness rate, but with a higher enterococcus value in wet weather. And then that may make sense based on the dilution, there's all sorts of reasons for it. But the concept that we acknowledge that the standard is built on the risk, so that if it makes it easier when you do a site-specific objection. I don't believe that it is appropriate for us to base the standard on 35 illnesses or 36 illnesses or 30 illnesses, I can't remember. But if we acknowledge in the staff report that that's the basis for this number and that site-specific epidemiological studies could have different numbers based on the same illness rate, and those would be still scientifically valid and they would still meet the same criteria. And so I think that's a discussion that would make sense. It's not so much to rewrite our standards to be different than the way EPA does their standards, but to acknowledge that. I also think that what we're learning as we move forward and the science develops is that these indicators are transient, and that over time we will have cheaper and more reliable direct measures of pathogens. We're starting to see that, and those in and of themselves are more protective than an indicator. If you know...
Yeah, indicator's a snapshot.
An
So
indicator
there's
is,
aptitude
yeah, and it's a, it is a one step away reference. If you, essentially, if you've got total coliform or fecal coliform or E. coli, what you're saying is you've got some sort of gut bacteria there, but it doesn't say that you've got an illness. And we have now improved our sampling and methodology where we can sometimes actually look at direct measures of illness. I don't think we're there yet to set our standard on that, but I think we will be.
Right.
And so acknowledging those kind of things in the staff report is what I interpret she's asking for, and I think it makes sense. We have to resist the temptation of using a number because we're familiar with that number and because it's easy to interpret when there is better evidence. I'll use the San Diego wet weather. They're considering at the San Diego board about if they are going to raise that enterococcus number because they have they've done the wet weather studies and they've shown that I can't remember the numbers, but it's something like half the illness rate at the same level. They could go up to 200 or so and have the same illness rate. Those are big economic drivers. If you can change your the amount of enterococcus that is and still meet the same illness rate, you have reduced your cost of cleanup.
There's something weird about that, though. I mean, I want to think about how that's framed. I get it. I get what you're saying. There's something that's making me uncomfortable about it.
One has to wonder what the immune system of those surfers is like anyway.
Or, maybe you want surfers to be twice as protected. I don't know. See, it all depends. I'm sorry.
Or half is protected. I think that's a policy issue on how you value surfers myself.
I'm reading the Surfrider comments the minute they come in. All right. Well, that was helpful flagging of the issues and opening them, and I know we'll spend more time on it. Is there anything you want to illuminate before we move on? So, because now we're thinking about it.
I say that we do.
That was helpful, actually, the focus.
That EPA in their follow-up document to their recommended criteria did outline some alternative compliance methods, outlining on the new genetic QPMRA, which allows for genetic markers to be more specific on the actual source of the bacteria. If it's a mammalian, because generally if you're a human, you're more susceptible to a specific type of bacteria. E. coli as it is now, it's just like John was saying, is a broad brush indicator at this point. So there are other new sciences emerging. They're not really there yet, but we do in the provisions and in the staff report, as an outgrowth from the staff workshop, have been making tweaks to make it clear that site-specific objectives can be developed on a site-specific area or even maybe a region-wide basis that would supersede if it made scientific sense. If it was, and we do come out and say that this is a risk-based approach based on, a 32 out of 1,000 recreator illness rate, and that, if the science makes sense, then that's appropriate.
All right. Great. Let's set a briefing to go over all these comments with me, so strike while the iron's hot and I understand them. That's my personal request. Okay. Well, thank you. I'm going to make a suggestion in the interest of time that we hold the board member report till tomorrow and we recess to our closed session briefly, and then because I know we're going to lose a board member shortly. Is that all right? And then we will reconvene tomorrow.
Could we clarify which closed session it is?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to do. There will not be a closed session on the water fix item.
Thank you for
the closed
that.
session item will solely be on a personnel matter.
Right. Thank you. Thank you all for your attention, particularly those of you who spent hours longer with us than you
Thanks.
anticipated.
I thought there were more commenters. I would have added more information, but that's okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Yes, please, I want you to try that. Oh, yeah, good.